Well, good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, October 22nd, 2013. And now, if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call, Madam Clerk, otherwise known as Becky.
Becky? Supervisor Pine? Here. Supervisor Groom?
Present.
Supervisor Slocum? Here. Supervisor Tissier? Here. President Horsley?
Here. It's now time for public comment, and we have a number of speakers on public comment. First is Martin Fox, followed by Diane Whitaker.
Just lost my screen.
Good morning, President Horsley, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Supervisor Slocum and Mr. Volpe, Mr. Holland and Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county and pledging your allegiance to our republic, which guarantees liberty and justice for all, even those persons living with mental illness who do not believe they are sick and consequently do not and cannot advocate for services that would free them to be productive citizens. Assisted outpatient treatment, known as Laura's Law, produces measurable successful results in 89% of the reported cases, according to Nevada County Laura's Law Court judge who spoke in Oakland on October 3rd, along with his Behavioral Health Services Director and Program Manager. Waiting to treat those persons with serious mental illness until they become dangerous to themselves and others ensures that many will become exactly that. As Daniel Brinkman's groping of a female patient of the psychiatric ward at San Mateo Medical Center on February 5th, 2010, groping of a 4, 7, and 16-year-old children in San Carlos on October 3rd, as well as the assaults upon a psychiatric nurse and a security guard whose leg was broken at San Mateo Medical Center a week ago Sunday, demonstrates. The longer the health system continues to portray itself as it did in its task force on violence at San Mateo Medical Center's report 3 years ago this month, a victim of the Lanterman Peters Short Act, the more apparent it becomes that continuing to use LPS conservatorships as a moral arbitrator and linchpin of public mental health policies and procedures is not just intellectually and morally bankrupt, wishful thinking. It is also financially bankrupt because it's going to cost $225,000 a year for a person like Daniel Brickman to be kept at state hospital. San Mateo County needs effective, efficient, and economical programs that produce a high rate of success like Laura's Law, not expensive failures like nice-sounding but deceptively named full-service partnerships and PrEP. Please start to take the intellectual and moral and financial high road by voting to implement Laura's Law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Diane Whitaker, followed by Linda Mantelli-Potter. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Diane Whitaker.
Oops.
Doorbell.
No, that's fine.
I am a current member of the Coastside Design Review Committee. I was appointed in January of 2008 as one of the 2 architect members. As you may know, the Coastside Design Review Committee is composed of 3 persons. Since January of this year, we have been operating without the second architect member, which has placed an unfair hardship on the other members of the committee and project applicants. This is unacceptable. I appear before you today to urge you to take whatever actions are necessary to fill the open positions on the committee as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some applicants for that, and we'll be scheduling interviews as soon as possible. I certainly appreciate your comments. Linda Mantelli-Potter, followed by Dominic Peloso.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chevy's Family Restaurants fed families, now in its place, a future Planned Parenthood, which will be extinguishing life and adding a blight to our area. Next door to Planned Parenthood, a restaurant, but knowing on the other side of those dining room walls, the unthinkable abortion is happening. Sorry, I just lost my appetite. That's not my kind of ambiance. How do you think Planned Parenthood will affect other businesses? When choosing a motel, if one was facing Planned Parenthood, would you choose one down the road? Nearby Selby Lane and Garfield schools. Do they look like 12-year-olds old enough to get an abortion without their parents knowing? Just down the street to the proposed Planned Parenthood are apartments, single-family homes, and duplexes teeming with family life. The majority of these families are Hispanic and Catholic. Just count the rosary beads on the mirrors in the cars nearby. Did Planned Parenthood, when approving Planned Parenthood's locale, see what the neighborhood might think about this new neighbor? So close to their homes, or did they make their decisions for themselves, appeasing those with more clout than lower-income families? I pose the question to the Board of Supervisors and people in the room. Would you rather have Planned Parenthood in your neighborhood or more houses, a park, a family restaurant, or grocery store? Realtors will tell you, location, location, location. How do you think this helps the low-income families in the area who work very hard, struggling to improve their homes and resale values? Without a doubt, Planned Parenthood comes trauma, drama, secrecy, and depression. Do you want that in your neighborhood? Cross the street to Selby Lane and Stockbridge Avenues. Welcome to Atherton. Now you've spent millions on your home. The competition is steep amongst those beautiful homes, but the location still applies.
Could you summarize, Ms. Potter, please?
I will. If you were spending millions on a home, would you want it near Planned Parenthood or nice shops and restaurants? Supervisors, what did you consider when buying your home? Planned Parenthood is not a good fit. It does not nurture family life in our area or anywhere. It is literally sucking the life out of us. Planned Parenthood needs to go.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Dominic Peloso, followed by Eileen Lehman. I don't see oh, there he is. Maybe. No, no, Mr. Eileen Lehman, in that case, followed by Mark Adams.
Good morning. Someone called the phone number on the sign at the old Chevys and were told the property was leased for a clinic for medical care for low-income people. Was a dialysis center coming? Medicaid and Medicare had cut funding for that. No. Perhaps an urgent care or free emergency room? No. Turns out low-income medical care is for killing children, in particular low-income children. I was very saddened to hear an opposed Planned Parenthood coming to the old Chevys on El Camino in Redwood City. With its clinical room, expansive space, and the abortion-in-a-box kits that they will be handing out, it will be a slaughterhouse. Girls and boys as young as 12 years old, without their parents' knowledge, will be ferried by the government to now obtain abortions by people who are not even doctors due to AB 154. At best, they are started on a life of promiscuity in secrecy from their parents who love them most. The government teaches sex, not love. The government is not a good parent. But what can one expect on El Camino Real in Redwood City, where strip clubs, prostitution, and sex shops flourish, even one near a high school? In conclusion, no amount of rights talk or enrobing abortions in constitutions can ever make taking innocent human life the right thing to do. Redwood City and the surrounding area, and particularly the low-income residents therein, deserve better than an abortion clinic.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Mark Adams, followed by Liz. I'll try it a little later. Oh, okay. Mark Adams first. Mark?
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of you. I've lived in San Carlos for 17 years, and during those 17 years, I established an entrepreneurial business, and during the first 9 years of that, I was very successful as a single man. And after that 9 years, I decided to have a family. And since that decision, I've been battling issues involving fraud and negligence by officials that are working for the County of San Mateo in the Family Law Division and the county sheriff's office and in the Superior Court. I grew up as a Christian, and I'm from a family of 6. My parents remained married until they died. Today I'm about 52 years old, and I'll be 53 soon. I have 2 kids, Mark, 5 years old, and Eva, 9 years old. These series of county claims that I've filed against the county over the past year document an 8-year history of family law-related violations of my civil and constitutional rights. I'm requesting a time specifically off this consent calendar to talk to the board about these specific matters to see if I can find some resolution. The family rule for the Adams family is engage in a meeting with your brother or sister over wrongs committed, engage the community in prayer, intercession if necessary, and act accordingly to resolve the issue. I'm here to offer an explanation, if the board would like to hear it, regarding these matters before I engage in civil litigation. I have one last thing to say. If your brother sins against you, go and tell him his fault between you and him alone. If he listens to you, you have gained your brother. But if he does not listen to you, take 1 or 2 others along with you, that every word may be confirmed by the evidence of the 2 or 3 witnesses. If he refuses to listen to them, tell it to them. Tell it to the church. And if he refuses to listen even to the church, let him be to you as a Gentile or a tax collector. So I'm asking you in the name of God and on behalf of my family to hear my claims fairly and to decide upon them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, Liz, and I won't try to butcher your name.
Good
And then
morning.
the last is
I-
Les McGee. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good morning. I was not prepared for this speech because I'm here for another reason. But when I saw Mr. Fox, and I decided I'm going to speak behalf of the mental ill people. I belong to NAMI organization in San Mateo County. I have a son who is severely mentally ill, and I am sure he's well known to San Mateo County Police and the Redwood City Police Department. He was jailed 2004 because of his illness. Then he put it in jail. We're hoping that he's going to get some kind of treatment. And as soon he was released many times, he would just disappear. He was on parole. 2 days, 3 days later, he just disappeared, and we would chase him around United States, between Texas, California, and Baja, Mexico. So probably he was one of the most parole valued person in your county. I'm not sure it was for his benefits to be jailed, paroled, and put it back again. In 3 years, he was back in the jail at least 12 times. What did we do? What did we accomplish? He's more angry. If you ask me where he is now, he could be from here all the way back to Guerrero Negro in Mexico, when he was deported many times to United States. I wish you look in that Laura's law so that when you put him in the jail or any mentally ill person, because that's the only reason he went to jail, that you make him to go on medication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Lance McGee.
Morning. My name is Lance McGee. I'm a resident of Redwood City for over 30 years. I'm here to voice my disappointment with the permit being granted to Planned Parenthood to open a facility at the old Chevy's restaurant location. Planned Parenthood kills many thousands of unborn children every week nationwide. As a resident of this family-oriented community, I really don't want a baby-killing facility in my town, in my neighborhood. I and other concerned Redwood City residents will be praying and demonstrating at this new Planned Parenthood facility to shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. That ends public comment. It's now time to set and approve the consent agenda. Are there any items to remove?
I'll move to set the agenda and to approve the consent items.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, in the first item is a presentation of a proclamation designating October 2013 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Supervisor Adrian Tessier.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, the month of October is recognized nationally as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And with us today from the Medical Center is the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Susan Ehrlich, and the Deputy Director for Clinical Ancillary Services, Rita Kavanaugh. Breast cancer has touched countless individuals and families with tragedy in the United States, including an estimated 39,500 women and 410 men who lost their lives from the disease in the United States last year. A new case of breast cancer is diagnosed among women every 2 minutes, and this year more than 230,000 additional women and 2,000 men will be diagnosed with the disease. Studies show that many women in the United States are not following recommended preventative measures, including mammography screenings, or by delaying their first screening, not getting one at the recommended intervals, or not receiving timely follow-up of a positive screening. San Mateo County, through the leadership of Dr. Ehrlich, is working to change this. Through a partnership between the San Mateo County Health Foundation and the San Mateo County Medical Center, residents now have access to the best possible breast cancer information and diagnostic tools, including state-of-the-art digital mammography equipment, which Dr. Ehrlich and Rita Kavanaugh will tell you about in just a moment. I have a proclamation here declaring October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I want to move to adopt that proclamation.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye.
I'd like to ask Dr. Ehrlich to come up and receive this, or I'll come down and give it to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tissier, and good morning, President Horsley, Supervisor Slocum, Pine, Groom, Mr. Malpe, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Byers in absentia. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about two of the things that we're doing at the Medical Center in the area of breast health. The first is our upcoming digital mammography. This is a very exciting project, which, as you mentioned, Supervisor Tissier, is a partnership with the San Mateo County Health Foundation and the board. Just a very brief update on the project, which we expect to go live in January, is that we've issued a purchase order for 2 new digital mammography machines. The architect's work is completed, the plans have been submitted and approved by OSHPD, and we're working with DPW to get these 2 machines on board. So we're very excited about that, and we expect that that's really going to enhance our ability to meet the screening needs of women. I also want to talk a little bit about our breast cancer support group, which is headed by Norris Larkin, who I don't think is here this morning, but I very much want to honor her work because since October 12th of 2005, she has tirelessly volunteered in this effort in memory of her coworker and diabetes nurse educator, Julia Barron, who tragically passed away of breast cancer. But Norris helps manage 4 volunteers who meet the second Thursday of the month in the hospital to work with our patients and discuss diagnosis, treatment, and life after diagnosis. And once a year for the past 7 years, the group has hosted an annual breast cancer awareness and health fair. This year we served 168 customers who and helped them with breast health education, mammography information, and other health screening. They raised $2,000 to support this breast cancer support group, and they've partnered with other community organizations to provide additional support. So in both these areas, in screening and in breast cancer support, we're working very hard to serve women in our community. And I really appreciate you recognizing both Rita and Norris and all of the staff at the Medical Center for the work we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments? None. Okay. Thanks to you, Dr. Ehrlich. Next is a presentation of a proclamation designating October 2013 as Respect 24/7 month. Supervisor Adrian Tessier.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, the month of October is recognized nationally as Bullying Prevention Month. With us today from the San Mateo County Office of Education is Nancy McGee, the Director of Board Support and Community Relations, and Mifula Farley, Administrator of the Educational Support Services Program. Nancy and Mifula have a difficult task. It is estimated that each day 160,000 students in the U.S. stay home from school out of fear of being bullied. Bullying was once considered a rite of passage that somehow made a student more tough. The fact is, bullying has long-term negative consequences to the mental health and self-esteem of a child. The most severe cases of bullying lead to escalated school site incidents or suicide. As a board, we have worked hard to support the efforts of various county agencies, including the Office of Education, to address this issue. This year, President Horsley and I joined Congressman Spear, the Office of Education, the Sheriff's Office, and Behavioral Health to host a summit entitled Beyond Newtown: How to Ensure Safe Schools and Communities. We are already beginning to see results from the task force that were created after the conference. Results include increased communication between service agencies in responding to escalated incidents. The board also voted to allocate Measure A funds to create a mental health collaborative aimed at being proactive in working with students who are having problems. The Mental Health Collaborative will include a new position at the San Mateo County Office of Education, which oversees communication between agencies so that our students do not fall through the cracks. I cannot say enough good things about the Office of Education under the direction of Director Ann Campbell and her liaison to the Board of Supervisors, Nancy McGee. In addition to the Mental Health Collaborative, the Office of Education runs a program called Respect 24/7, an anti-bullying and civility initiative where peers work at reducing incidents of bullying and exhibit leadership on the issue. With that, I'd like to move, Mr. President, the adoption of a proclamation declaring this October Respect 24/7 month.
And I'll second that. And all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And I'd like
Okay.
to ask Nancy and Mifula if they'll join me at the dais.
Thank you, Supervisor Tessier, and to all the supervisors for your support. Good morning, President Horsley, supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Byers. My name is Nancy McGee, and I am an administrator at the County Office of Education. And on behalf of the County Superintendent of Schools, Ann Campbell, I'd like to extend our thanks for your support of the Respect 24/7 initiative. As Supervisor Tessier said, Respect 24/7 is an anti-bullying and civility initiative that honors and promotes safe, respectful environments for all San Mateo County students, their families, and communities. Research clearly shows that children experience best academic and social outcomes when their needs are comprehensively addressed through the collective efforts of schools and other agencies, institutions, and organizations. As a result of your support, Respect 24/7 has taken root in San Mateo County and continues to flourish. For the second year now, 2 youth commissioners are working with Respect 24/7 as part of their board and commission duties. We have active partnerships with the 17th District PTA, the San Mateo County Library, Star Vista, the YMCA Youth Services Bureau, the PCRC, Community Gate Path, and Common Sense Media, among others. Respect 24/7 events for the education community are always filled to capacity. We thank you again for your support and for declaring the month of October as Respect 24/7 month in San Mateo County. And now my colleague, Mifula Fairley, will share with you our priorities for Respect 24/7 for 2013-14 school year.
Thank you. Good morning, President Horsley, Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Byers. I'm Mifula Fairley. I'm an administrator at the County Office of Education. And I just wanted to share with you this morning that as Respect 24/7 grows, we continue to expand our partnerships and our reach into the schools. This year, Respect 24/7 has two primary goals. The first goal is to have greater influence at the school site level and at the classroom level. Just yesterday, in fact, we had our first annual Respect 24/7 conference at the county office where more than 100 school administrators, teachers, community members, parents attended to learn more about how to inform about practical information to continue to protect students and keep them safe in schools, and how to deliver curriculum that will help principals and teachers expand their strategies to maintain a positive school climate. Additionally, we plan to unveil a K-6 student recognition program called Respect 24/7 Superhero of the Month. Our second goal involves a deeper work at the policy level to implement new legislation out of Sacramento around gender identity and ensuring safe learning environments for students who identify as LGBTQ. Respect 24/7 is a powerful impetus for engaging our communities in this work, and we are most appreciative of the support that the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors has provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I'd like to commend my colleague, Supervisor Adrian Tessier. You really have championed this, and it wasn't just about a safe and respectful environment, although that's incredibly important. As a former teacher, I know how important it is, and somebody who obviously went all through public school as well. I hope that's obvious, but it's also to prevent violent acting out. So I think this is a great project, and I really want to commend you and for your leadership, and as well as the County Office of Education.
Thank you, Don. And thank both of you for being here today. We really appreciate it. You've done a great job.
Thanks. Next, wow, this computer, it's great. Okay, so the next item is item number 3 is to conduct a public hearing, and after conducting a public hearing, adopt a resolution establishing a Middlefield Road Underground Utility District Phase 3 on Middlefield Road from MacArthur Avenue to Flynn Avenue. Mr. Porter, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, President Horsley, members of the board, Mr. Holland, Mr. Maltby, and Mr. Byers. I'm here to present the undergrounding utility district map for Phase 3 of the Middlefield Road undergrounding projects. Oops. This thing turned on. All right. Do over. This map shows Middlefield Road and the 3 undergrounding projects that are involved in converting the entire length to underground utilities. And what we mean by undergrounding is taking the overhead utilities, which are electrical, telephone, telecommunications, and cable television, and taking them off the poles and bringing them down under the street. As part of these projects, we also do street improvements. So it gives us a chance to put in new sidewalks, look at the roadway geometry, and put in new street furniture. Phase 1 of the project, which is on the right-hand side of the screen, has been completed. That's from 5th Avenue South. Phase 2, which is the middle portion between the Fair Oaks Clinic and 5th Avenue, has been approved, and we were just funded for that project through Measure A funds for the street improvements. What we're here to discuss today is Phase 3, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, which is the final portion of the undergrounding work. As you can see, the district itself moves about along Middlefield Road. The shaded area is within the unincorporated San Mateo County area. The other portion along Middlefield, the white portion, is actually within the city of Redwood City. The city is working collaboratively with the county to perform the improvements along this segment, and they're actually taking the lead on this project. So we'll be working with Redwood City to complete the work. In terms of schedule, Phase 1, as I mentioned previously, has been completed. Phase 2 was recently funded, and we will be working with the North Fair Oaks community as well as the community council to finalize what the conceptual design of the roadway improvements look like in terms of street furniture and roadway geometry, the configuration of the roadway. So that'll be happening next year, and we expect to complete construction in 17 and 18. Phase 3, which is the district that you're creating today, has been worked on previously by Redwood City. They'll be in design over the next 2 years and should begin construction in 2016 with completion in 2017. That concludes my presentation. I'd just like to add that we've only received one inquiry about the creation of the district. It was simply questions from a property owner, but we've not received any negative comments on this. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Are there any questions? I will now open the public, no questions? I'm going to open the public hearing, and I see no public wishing to speak on this. I will now entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Now it's time for a resolution. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Item number 4 is, again, to conduct a public hearing to consider and appeal the Planning Commission's decision to deny a design review permit to construct a new 2,583 square foot, 3-story single-family residence plus a 584 square foot, 2-car garage attached on a 6,000 square foot legal parcel located on 12th Street in unincorporated Montera area of San Mateo County. Okay, Mr. Egelmeyer?
Good morning, President Horsley, board members, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Byers. My name is Jim Egelmeyer. I'm the director for the Planning and Building Department. Thank you for your time this morning. So, for your consideration is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a design review permit to construct a new 2,583 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 584 2-car garage on a 6,000 square foot parcel in unincorporated Montera. This design review permit initiated its review with the Design Review Committee out on the coast, and in turn there were 3 public hearings and meetings regarding this particular design. They were in July 12th, 2012, December 13th, 2012, and then January 10th, 2013 of this year. Ultimately, the Coastside Design Review Committee denied the particular permit and its request. Upon appeal, the Planning Commission considered this particular project, and after conducting a public hearing, also denied the project at a public hearing on April 24th, 2013. And subsequently, the applicant and owner of the property appealed that to your board today. I have a number of slides to go through with you this morning. I'll start with, here's the particular site location out in Montera. It is on, excuse me, on 12th. It is east of Highway 1, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, and indicated in the yellow box is the project site at the end of 12th. There are approximately 18 homes of 1- and 2-story style construction along 12th. And further north on 11th, there are 14 homes that are also 1- and 2-story. There is 1 3-story on 11th Street. Proceeding south on 13th Street, there are 15 homes constructed on that particular street, and there is 1 3-story home on that particular street. There are no 3-story homes except this one proposed on 12th. I have some site photos to share with you now, a number of slides relative to particular view angles. This is essentially on 12th, now looking south. You can see some of the story poles that were required as part of the design review consideration before the Design Review Committee. Now I'm going to step a little bit to the right of this particular view and also look at the particular proposed site location here. Now stepping down at the other end of the site, looking back up towards 12th, you can see the proposed structure's location. This is East Avenue. It is a paper street. It is part of the access to the garage for this particular proposal. Across the street, this is a two-story structure. Give you an idea of the architectural style in this immediate vicinity. Then looking down 12th towards the ocean, you can see a number of 1- and 2-story structures along this particular street. Now I'm going to share with you the perspectives for the proposal. This is what was considered by the Design Review Committee and the Planning Commission. I have an alternative design a little bit later on that I'll share with you. But the two upper photo or perspectives are in fact the front of the structure. The one on the left is a little bit towards East Avenue, and then the top right one is a little bit to the right of the site. You can get an idea of the right and left sides of the structure. As seen from the front, it appears to be a 2-story structure, and then there's a lighthouse design feature associated with this front elevation. Looking at the lower two left and right sides, what you have here on the left is from East Avenue. You'd come down and enter the garage, which is on the lowest floor there. You can get an idea now of the 3-story concept there that's proposed. And then stepping on around and looking at the other side of the facade, you have kind of that idea there. It's also 3-story with an exit door coming out onto the backyard and stairways also. So here's the site plan for this. As you can see on the right, there is a, on East Avenue coming down is the driveway that then accesses the garage. And it's essentially a square type building. And then located in the lower left-hand area is a hardscape area, I believe is for a basketball court and play area. Up towards the street, you can see some connections for pedestrian use to the front door. Now we'll take a look at the 3 floors associated with this particular project. On the left-hand side is the garage, basement, workshop area, and crawl space, and the stairways going to the first floor, the middle part, which is essentially the living, the bedroom spaces associated with this particular site and proposal, along with a little fitness room in the lower left-hand corner. And then the upper floor, the second floor, essentially being kind of the kitchen, family room, eating nook area, and then access to the lighthouse feature. These were the elevations, kind of fall in line with the perspectives, but these are just the straight-ons, which upper left is the front view, and then, excuse me, the rear view is the upper right, and then the lower left is where the garage is in that particular view, and then the opposite side adjacent to another residence. Between hearing this at the Planning Commission and your hearing today, the applicant has made some proposed modifications to this particular design, and we've included those as an alternative in your staff report. Those design changes included pergolas over the garage door, a new roof above the second floor windows, basement door, roof extension with an adjacent window addition, additional landscaping, and then a change in the color for the belly band between floors to add more contrast. So here are the modified elevations relative to that, those changes. I have some perspectives that identify those 5 changes here following this. So located above on the top are the original design, particular facades, and then the redesign associated with the applicant's proposed modifications. So in the lower left, we have the pergolas above the garage. You had a chance to take a look at the difference between the original design and then the redesign. Essentially in the the right-hand slides or perspectives. The top one and the lower one, the difference between those two is the additional landscaping. We didn't label that in this particular one, but that gives you an idea of the additional landscaping proposed. And then looking at the garage areas on the left-hand views, the original, and then below that, the redesign, you can see there's identified pergolas and landscaping, and then the belly band. And then, I'm sorry, the right-hand side, also the belly band, additional landscaping, and then the associated garage on the roof over the exit from the garage and the lowest floor. So essentially, during the Planning Commission's deliberations and also at the Design Review Committee, there were a number of items that they found that the project was not in compliance with. In regards to the general plan, they focused on the visual aspects, the visual quality, essentially the appearance of new development and urban area design concept, which requires structures to promote and enhance good design, as well as improve the appearance and visual character of development in the area. So the Planning Commission and the Design Review Committee could not make these particular findings. In addition, the design standards that they found that they could not comply with were involved with not keeping in scale of the neighborhood. They also found that the 3-story backside was to be massive and bulky. And in addition, neighborhood views were partially blocked by the cross gable roof design of this, and that the garage location required excessive grading. In fact, to create that, the lowest floor is essentially the grading necessary to meet the height requirements for this particular zoning project. The project does comply with zoning for setbacks, lot coverage, and floor area ratio. It's the design review standards and the general plan that the project does not conform with in its given form. So our staff recommendation today to you is to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny the project based on the findings indicated in the staff report today in Attachment A. For your consideration too, as Attachment J, if you find that the project is consistent with the general plan, zoning, and the design standards, we've included conditions of approval and the findings for approval relative to this particular project. So I'm available now if you have any questions.
There are questions from the board?
I just have a quick question. The fact that it's 3 stories, but the first story is sort of sunk into the landscaping, so to speak, or down below, does that still make it in compliance with the general plan and the zoning regulations? I mean,
It is in conformance with the zoning regulations, in which the method for height is relative to the adjacent soil when it is the finished grade around the building, measured to the highest point relative to that point along the facades.
so you indicated with the general plan, part of the problem was basically the design and the appearance?
Yes.
And the fact that they haven't changed the design considerably, but they have added a few things to enhance it, and they've also added some additional landscaping. Would you, I mean, you're still giving us the recommendation from the Planning Commission, but at the same time, they have done some things to change the design to a certain degree, added some more landscaping to kind of soften the appearance. In your mind, does that help them conform more with the general plan than they did before?
Yeah, I think a little bit, but as we've indicated in the staff report there under the alternatives section, we feel that they're not substantial changes, and continue to believe that they're not in compliance with the general plan and design standards.
Do you have any recommendations of what would make it more substantial? I mean, are you talking about actually eliminating parts of the building, or is it still a matter of landscaping and, some other features on the facade?
I think from my my position or perspective on this, I think that there are some opportunities to look at redesign that would find the, if we were to use the garage in that particular location or shifting the garage down the slope so that you would essentially minimize the grading associated with that, and then you could start to step the building up the slope or down the slope. Also, the cross gable design feature, I think, could be a different roof style. So in turn, views from adjacent properties would be greater, as well as the pitch of the roof might be also another design item that could be considered to modify the height of this particular structure itself.
Yeah, the hardest part with something like this is when you talk about design and appearance, it's pretty subjective. You know, when you,
Correct, yeah.
I mean, and that's the hardest part with some of this design review from my perspective. I actually had liked the look of the building. I liked it before. I liked more landscaping, but I actually thought they did a pretty nice job personally. You know, it's a good sized lot. You know, they're in conformance with all that. I actually think, I'm surprised to see that it doesn't seem like it's still in conformance with the general plan, because I actually thought it was a very nice looking home. I think they have made some, I wouldn't say they were significant, but the improvements that they did make, I thought really softened the building. So I just want to see if, if really that's more subjective on the county general plan side of it than it is hard and fast.
It is subjective.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Pine?
Yes, just one question. I just wanted to be sure I understood the action taken by the Planning Commission. So if I read the memo correctly, they found the project in compliance with the general plan and with the zoning, but found the original proposal not adequate under the design review. Is that correct? I mean,
I'm not quite sure if that's quite correct. The Planning Commission could not support the project as designed, the original design, and that was relative to the general plan and the design standards. The project does comply with zoning requirements. So essentially one aspect of three that is required for a project. The Planning Commission did not see the revised project that you're seeing today.
thank you.
I just have one question. Stormwater runoff, as you know, in District 3, we have lots of issues with stormwater runoff that causes erosion and problems for people downstream. Can you talk a little bit just about the what this project will do about stormwater runoff?
Well, my understanding is essentially that at a time of application for a building permit, as part of the submittal documents includes the calculations for the existing conditions. So with a sloping site, essentially it does the type of materials on site provide percolation or not. So there's kind of an analysis that concludes amount of runoff. Now, after you build a structure and it has the roof, which is an impervious surface, and driveways, if it happens to have impervious materials there, as you do the calculations, you have to retain the impervious area of water that's coming down so that there's no net increase of drainage off that particular site.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to open the public hearing. Do you have a question, Supervisor Group?
Yeah, Mr. President, could I ask Mr. Egemeyer just one quick question? Could you just take us back to the slide where you showed the original and then the changes, and maybe just for my benefit, articulate what exactly these changes were? Because when I look at the picture, is it basically additional landscaping, the changes?
So let's start on the left two, top and bottom. So you have the original design, and then you have the redesign down below. And so we've highlighted essentially where the applicant is indicating that they're doing, this is where the pergolas are with the landscaping attached to that over the garage. Okay?
Isn't there a pergola in the picture on the top on the left?
I would agree with you. So looking Also,
Just
at
pointing
the
out that that's a change, but you're right.
I got you. Okay.
the two right-hand photos, essentially, we just did not label it, but there's the landscaping differences between those two. You can see a little bit more landscaping in the lower right. Okay, moving on to the other one, you can see the garage and floors above the garage. They're on the left two photos, original on the top and the bottom, the redesign with the you can see some additional landscaping a little bit to the left on that lower left photo, and you can see the belly band has been identified as a changing the color of that particular. Maybe at the scale it's not as evident. And then the two right-hand photos, once again the belly band color, additional landscaping. And then the door and the roof over that door coming out of the garage area, and then the landscaping.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have the opening the public hearing now. And the first speaker is the applicant, Mr. Alan Price.
Good morning, Supervisors. I will be quick with my presentation because some of the images have already been shown here. You can tell me when I should begin. And I live in Moss Beach, California, for whatever that's worth. So you've already seen the location, so we can skip right beyond these. My inspiration for the house design, and it's the first house I designed by myself, is the Point Mintar Lighthouse. I think it's a beautiful and iconic location, and I wanted something in our house to incorporate that. The lighthouses of the East Coast, this being an example, were also part of that inspiration. I wanted to have something that could really fit in with the neighborhood and be something people think maybe was always there. This shot shows, the actual landmass, and it's just a lot itself, not even the full easement in the front. So you've seen these views before, so I won't spend time on this. This is the approach elevation, or the approach side of the house when you drive up 12th Street. This is a side of the house that nobody will see but myself and the birds, because this faces the paper street and out into the large development that's hidden by trees. The other side is a few neighbors we'll see from the back. We'll also have additional pittosporum along the play area there, the gray area you see, to provide screening for neighbors. And the area is to be accommodation play and work area. I have also brought a modification since the Planning Commission review from suggestions Supervisor Horsley made about clipping the cross gables to reduce the length of that ridge line. So I want to show you that, this being the view straight on. And this is something I'm fully willing to do. And this is a view, again, from the left side, the northeast side, and from the approach side. So I believe that these are very acceptable modifications, and I want to underline that I'm fully willing to go along with this. These are the essential facts about the house itself fitting the zoning requirements. They're very straightforward. It's less than 28 feet in height. It's a very small footprint, smaller than my neighbor's. Down the street, its floor area ratio fits within it, and it's all within the daylight planes. So all it remains is articulation and appearance. The four issues were staying within scale, which I feel it has, making an effort to avoid blocking views. We've reduced the footprint and set the cross gable back. Minimize excavation. We're just above 250 cubic yards, which doesn't require a permit. We're at 300. And we minimize use of hardscape. We have no hardscape. We have turf block for driveway and permeable concrete for the play area. This is a critical slide. It shows my scale to the neighbors, and I've outlined my neighbor's house because they're kind of hidden by brush and trees. So I'm about 2 feet higher and about 4 feet narrower. So my footprint is smaller than my immediate neighbors. This is a view across the street of my neighbor's house who did appear at a design review meeting to complain of the block view. His view is to the left, his ocean view is to the left where his deck occurs, and his bathroom windows look over my lot. This is his view, his full view from the bathroom window, the 90-degree view. He has a great western view of the ocean. And this is what he'll see once the house is built. This is everything to scale that will be out these bathroom windows. He'd indicated he'd like to build a deck sometime, and so that was the basis of the comment.
He doesn't currently have a deck.
Right, does not. His deck is to the west and a great view to the west. We can skip that one. And finally, we've enlisted the opinions of our neighbors, and they have signed petition supporting the design, and also have written letters, which I think you've already just received copies of. So the neighbors are very happy. Almost everyone has been willing to support it. Hoping we do get the design built. That's everything I think I have to offer. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, Mr. Price, J.R. Rodine is going to be followed by Karen Wilson.
Thank you, President Horsley, honorable board members, County Manager Maltby, Assistant Manager Holland, and County Council Mr. Byers. I am here in support of Mr. Price, and my involvement came after the Planning Commission rendered their decision, and I was contacted by Lenny Roberts, who had an opportunity to observe the hearing, and she called me and shared her thinking that she thought that the particular architecture proposed fit the character of the area, the neighborhood, and would be a benefit. So being a business person and being very careful and understanding that going against the Planning Commission is something that would be very perilous, and it was something I had to vet very carefully. So I spoke with Mr. Eggemeyer and got his sense of the issue. I then spoke with all 4 planning commissioners. I listened to the audio of the commission hearing, which was all of about 20 minutes start to finish, and then I reviewed 40 pages of mid-coast design guidelines and regulations, and I found in many instances a lot of compliance considerations that this design incorporated. At that point, I agreed to take the project on, and I can say that if there's a perception that Mr. Price has been inflexible, it's an incorrect one, because he has very openly accepted the recommendations that I've provided. He's also listened to the guidance that Lenny Roberts, to a limited extent, has provided him. Lenny is not actively advocating anything on individual projects, as you know, from her general role in the county, but she has been extremely helpful, and she supported my recommendations and given her own to Mr. Price, all of which he has embraced. I'm going to concentrate on the positives here rather than the negatives. I think the point has to be made, and I think Supervisor Tissier brought it up. General plan compliance, it is very subjective. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and there are so many areas where this house does comply with design guidelines by stepping the house down the hill, locating the garage away from the street scene, using single car garage doors. With regard to the question on that came up on grading, Section 8600 of the county's grading ordinance provides a general exemption for up to 250 cubic yards of grading. This particular project in its entirety would involve 320 cubic yards. There's a mere 70 cubic yards of grading above the basic exemption. How that could be characterized as excessive on a relatively level lot in this neighborhood is beyond my wildest imagination. It is not. With regard to the comment or the question that President Horsley had about drainage, Mr. Price, after the Planning Commission proceedings, has revised his landscape plan. He submitted it. He's used many, many plantings that fit the Native Plant Society guidelines, and all are in compliance with those that are incorporated in the county's standards. He's used and incorporated turf block permeable concrete, and he submitted an engineer's analysis that shows that this project will in fact conform with the county's stormwater runoff requirements, not only in terms of preventing any new net runoff, but in addition, it will provide capture and percolation of water that cleanses it. So with that in mind and not going into the negatives, Mr. Price has reviewed the conditions of approval. He fully agrees with those. His revised roofline concept, clipping the gables, I think goes a long way in reducing even further the appearance of mass and bulk of the roof line, and it opens it up. So this house fits the character of the neighborhood, as evidenced by numerous letters of support, petition, emails that you've received. And I would encourage the board at this point in time to turn to the option of Attachment J, adopt the findings of approval and the associated conditions that we've agreed to. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodine. And the final is Karen Wilson.
Hi, my name is Karen Wilson, and I apologize that my notes will be out of order due to the changes that just showed up at the hearing today for the proposed project. My concern is that these design changes are very much the last minute, and I don't want to see anybody denied the right to build a house, but I am concerned at the system not being used properly, and I think these changes could have been addressed in design review and should go back to design review for a final decision. As you all know, landscaping, there is no guarantee that it will remain. There is no future enforcement that any landscaping will stay in place. And that's also accurate for impervious surfaces. Often they're impervious during the development and later changed to hardscape and runoff issues. My primary concern is the use of East Street. East Street isn't being actively used right now. This will develop an access point to the home on a road that is currently used as a trail and access for dog walkers and the community. My fear is that at some point in time, we'll see a no trespassing sign put on East Street and limit access to a public street, even though it's not currently paved. My second concern is the size of the house and the amount of grading. We don't address drainage in this design process. However, Montera has very serious drainage issues. There was a landslide just down from this property where the water from Caltrans washed down a house on 9th Street off the cliff. We have between 10th and 11th Street, we have runoff from the streets above that, washing the old highway down onto the current highway. So when you design a house of this mass, and we don't really know what that water containment is going to be, we can't go back after the fact and correct the mass to match the drainage. And I know that that can't be addressed today, but this amount of grading does concern me with the water table, the springs, the runoff, and the effect to other clients. So I ask that this is considered, the changes are considered, but it goes back to the proper review, and we support design review and encourage development. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Wilson. Shall we close the public hearing? Is there a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor? Or is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Yes,
I have a
Supervisor
quick
Tessier.
question. Mr. Fox, are you handling the legal side of this? That comment about the public street, the ability of down the road being able to put a no trespassing sign, I assume that's not correct, since it's a public street?
That's correct. A street that's depicted on a subdivision map has a right of access to the owners in the subdivision, even if it's not developed. So if someone were to put up a no trespassing sign to preclude access to a paper street, they would be violating the property rights of the other owners in the subdivision.
Okay. And one other question, I know this went to design review at one point. Do you know how many times it went back to design review before it got to the zoning officer or the?
Design Review Committee considered this 3 times.
Over a period of?
The first one was July, and the second one was December, and then the last one was a month later in January of this year.
July of?
July of 2012, so 7 months.
Okay. Any other questions? Supervisor Pine?
Mr. Eggemeyer, what's been our practice in the past when we've had design review or design changes after the planning commission has acted?
There's been a number of different directions your board's taken in the past. Sometimes it's been to adopt it as a particular option with relevant discussion in the moment, and those changes become part of conditions, as well as sending this to the planning commission, returning it to the planning commission for their consideration, and then the planning commission too has the authority to send it to the design review committee for their perspective as well.
So we've taken different approaches, probably depending on project.
Yeah, depends upon the project.
Supervisor Groom?
Could we have the slide back with the befores and afters?
Is that the ones with the roof line changed slightly?
It's like those magazine photos where you have to try to figure out what's changed between the celebrity up above and the celebrity down below.
The next one, I think, Mr. Eggemeyer.
Excuse me.
Could you also explain to me what the gable change is?
So let's take a look at the upper two. So in the upper left, you have the lowest, the garage doors, and then you have the bedroom spaces, and then you have the kitchen. So, and then the little half circle window right there. So one of the proposals by Mr. Price that you just saw a few minutes ago is instead of that as one complete facade, that it's clipped back so that it's at an angle and is of the same roof material. And then if you look at the upper right side, here's the other end of that topmost point of the roof. That too would be clipped off so that you'll see roof instead of facade.
Jim, would you go to Alan's? The hearing's closed. I realize I can't speak, but I think it would be unfair not to show Alan's.
Would you like to see Mr. Price's?
Yeah, because I don't see a difference. I mean,
You're right. They're not. This is the first time I've seen them myself as part of Mr. Price's presentation to modify that particular roof. So, if we could go. Yeah, let's go back to his.
Right, because Mr. Price's change today is another change, an additional change.
Correct.
Right.
Right here. So this is the front facade as seen from 12th, and you can see the right upper side and the upper left side of that particular roof is clipped off. Okay. It used to proceed and be vertical and horizontal.
so that doesn't show in the slides that you've shown us.
Not part of my presentation. This is the first I saw and knew of this as he made his presentation.
Okay. Mr. President, may I ask the applicant a question?
Sure, certainly, would you like Mr. Rodin or Mr. Price or both?
Two for
Why
one.
don't we both go up?
2 for 1.
That's good because we have a 2-for-1 special this morning.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Price, would you be willing to have the Planning Commission review your new set of designs?
Certainly would.
Okay. Thank you. I would suggest that we ask the Planning Commission to re-review this. I think that there are considerable changes that have been made, but I also, it's my understanding, and I could be incorrect, but it's my understanding that the Planning Commission asked for some changes to be made, and Mr. Price asked them to take a vote, and so that's one of the reasons they voted no. And so I think it might be better for all if we had the Planning Commission review this in a really timely fashion, like at their next meeting. I wouldn't want to wait any longer, but I would like the Planning Commission, my thought, to take a look at this.
Supervisor Tessier?
Can I just ask Mr. Eggemeyer a question because sort of in the timeliness of this, I mean, is that feasible to do it?
The Planning Commission meets tomorrow. But we have not made public notice of this to invite the public. Our next scheduled meeting is November 20th, and we have a number of items on that agenda, including the base rezone. But that would be our next opportunity is November 20th.
Could this be placed on the November 20th agenda?
Yes, we can meet the requirements for public
And
notification.
Mr. Price, would that be all right with you?
And if they were to approve it, would it still come back to us?
It's at your discretion if you're looking just for their input, or you could ask for their decision. And then if they reach consensus, it's still appealable, and then somebody else would have to appeal it if
Oh, I see.
Mr. Price is.
Okay, so it could potentially be worked out at the planning commission.
That's correct.
But it also could be appealed potentially as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
I guess I get concerned. I mean, they've been to design review 3 times. They've been to the planning commission. He did make changes between the planning commission and here. He's made changes based on having met with, I'm gathering some of my colleagues. I guess I just worry sometimes we tend to make people go through the ringer so many times. And I personally, actually, I liked it before you did the gables, but I like it either way. I'm okay to do that. I just worry that you end up getting appealed again, then you come back to us. And I think you did enough improvements that I would be willing to support the project today to not have you go back again. But I leave that up to my colleagues. Maybe I'll make a motion to approve with the changes that were made today and see if I get a second.
This one here?
With your gables.
With my gables?
If I may interject, I'm sorry. I just would like to add a condition of approval for your consideration, and that is the applicant, if they or the project exceeds 250 cubic yards of grading, a separate grading permit is necessary. And the 250 really is wrapped up as part of a building permit process, but as soon as you exceed that, a discretionary permit is necessary. And I just want to make sure that
I agree with
we
that.
put that in as a condition of approval for everyone's understanding.
That would be part of my motion.
Okay, we have that motion with that stipulation. Do I have a second? Or yes?
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second, and I'm going to have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Groom?
Yes.
Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Supervisor Slocum?
Yes.
Supervisor Tissier?
Aye.
President Horsley?
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Odine. And good luck, Mr. Price. Item number 5 is it's a study session. It'll be at 2:30 this afternoon. And right after this next item on number 6, I'm going to take a break. So we're going to do the planning and building. It's a resolution adopting the San Mateo County Land Conservation Act, it's really otherwise known as the Williamson Act, Uniform Rules and Procedures. Mr. Monowitz.
Good morning, President Horsley, Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Byers. I'm Steve Monowitz from the Planning and Building Department, and I'm pleased to be here to present to you our final draft of the proposed updates to the county's uniform rules and procedures for implementing the Williamson Act, which, as you know, a state program that local governments can voluntarily participate in. And what the program entails is offering a different property tax formula for properties that are devoted to an agricultural use. So, you know, this has been a long process to reach this point, and I will, in my presentation today, will give you some of the background that we've been through. I will report back on some of the specific items that the board requested at our last study session regarding this item. I'll go over the major components of the Williamson Act program, and then talk about next steps and have time to answer some questions. So in terms of background, the Williamson Act was passed by the state in 1965, and in 1968, the county adopted its first set of implementing rules, and we were off and running and entering into contracts with property owners, and proceeding smoothly until 2007, when the State Department of Conservation conducted an audit of our program and identified a number of issues that we needed to address. We responded to that audit in 2008, and one of the things that we committed to doing in our response was taking a comprehensive look at the rules we use to implement the Act. Since that time, we've been working very closely with the county's Agricultural Advisory Committee, who set up a subcommittee to work with planning and building staff, as well as the staff from the assessor's office and our agricultural commissioner, about the particular details of our rules and procedures. During this time, we also started taking a hard look at our existing contracts, and in September of 2011, this board approved the non-renewal of 128 Williamson Act contracts. These were on lands that had no sign of agriculture or didn't have the proper zoning, or whose property owners did not respond to the required surveys. Then in 2012, we released our public review draft of the rules. We conducted a workshop here before your board. And in May of this year, we went out to the coast side to do a public workshop on the final draft. And we had good attendance at that hearing. We answered a number of questions, and we didn't encounter any major concerns from the public about our proposed rules. Moving on to the report back items from the last workshop, there were 4 specific items. The first had to do with the keeping of horses and how that relates to Williamson Act contracts. We did some research. We looked at the way the County of Sonoma handles this issue, and consistent with our proposed approach, they limit the use of Williamson Act contracts to horse breeding operations. So if you are breeding horses for the purposes of selling an agricultural product, in this case the foals, then that would qualify you for a Williamson Act contract. The simple keeping of horses for stables or riding purposes would not. We do not consider that to be an agricultural use. It would, however, be considered a compatible use, a use that could occur in conjunction with agriculture on a contracted parcel, and we'll talk about that in a little bit some more. Another report back item was to provide some maps and data regarding existing contracts and contracted lands, and as soon as I'm done with this slide, we'll take a look at those maps. A third item was with regard to compatible use determinations. When we talk about allowing uses other than agriculture on contracted lands, we require that they be compatible with the agricultural use. And to ensure that it is truly compatible, we are requiring that proposals to establish such uses be reviewed by the Agricultural Advisory Committee. But we wanted to provide an exception to that process for certain projects that we have already determined would be compatible. So for example, we list photovoltaics, solar panels, farm labor housing. All those have already been determined to be compatible with agriculture. But there might be certain projects where other projects where we need that review. The specific issue that came up at the workshop had to do with residential additions. Our original proposal had limited exceptions to residential additions of less than 500 square feet. We've changed that now so that any minor residential addition that's under 50% of the value of the existing structure and did not extend its footprint onto farmland would be exempt from this compatibility determination. The final issue had to do with providing assistance to property owners to assess the impact of a contract non-renewal on their property taxes. And to that end, the assessor has developed a draft guidance document which is attached to the staff report as attachment D. Moving back to the maps, hopefully you can see this a little bit closer on your screens. We've got 3 maps attached to the staff report. The first shows all contracted lands. Those parcels that have active contracts are shown in green. Those parcels that have had contracts but have been non-renewed are shown in brown. And the yellow shows the remaining area where we have the zoning, which would potentially allow for lands to enter into contracts in the future. And I want to qualify that in that this yellow area does not represent what is going to be used for agriculture. It doesn't make any claims that even these lands are suitable for agriculture. In fact, some of these yellow areas are San Francisco public water lands that we don't expect to be farmed. We are simply just showing the lands that have the zoning that would make you eligible to enter into a contract. The second slide is focused on privately owned lands, because an issue that has come up in our discussion is the relationship of open space lands, lands that have been purchased either by the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District or Peninsula Open Space Trust. The third map that I'll show you talks about those protected lands. This slide separates out those lands that are in private ownership, the dark green being those that have active contracts, the lighter green showing the contracted lands that have been non-renewed, and again, the yellow showing the areas that have the zoning that would allow for contracts in the future. And the final map does the same thing for lands that are owned by Mid-Peninsula Open Space District or Post, showing the contracted lands in brown and the brown and dark green, and the non-renewed lands in the lighter shades of those colors. Moving on to the major components of the Williamson Act program that are contained within the proposed update. The key factor to make a piece of land eligible to enter in a contract is that it must be dedicated to the commercial production of agricultural commodities. And that stems down from the state law. And in our program, we have developed specific measurements to evaluate whether or not a land is truly devoted to agricultural land. And we've done that using different techniques for different types of agriculture. When it comes to crops, we've done two things. We've established minimum parcel sizes as well as minimum income requirements. In this slide, we talk about the minimum parcel size, which for crops is 10 acres if you've got prime land and 40 acres if you have non-prime. Grazing and timber harvesting uses are eligible to enter in a contract if you've got a parcel that's over 40 acres in size. And if you're grazing livestock, the requirement is that 75% of the total parcel area needs to be used for grazing, it needs to be fenced, and it needs to have adequate water to support that operation. I mentioned the minimum income requirements for crops and timber harvesting. The program proposes a $10,000 minimum for any lands that will be contracted for crops or timber harvesting purposes. But if you go over then, for parcels that are over 40 acres, if you have, that determination needs to consider the amount of prime and non-prime land. So if you have hundreds of acres of prime land, which the minimum income is $250 per acre of prime land, then the minimum income requirement will be greater than $10,000. So the $10,000 minimum is across the board, but that increases as you get into larger parcels with large holdings of prime land. An additional requirement that we've placed on parcels that want to use timber harvesting as their agricultural use is we've said that it needs to occur pursuant to a non-industrial timber management plan. Okay, that's this form of permit that's issued by the state for timber harvesting operations. And I need to spend a little time with you today on this slide because in the last 24 hours we've received correspondence raising concerns about these. And so the first one that I'd like to address has to do with this $10,000 across the board minimum income requirement. I received an email from Mr. Halfini. I don't know if he's present today. He has 225 acres of non-prime land. And when you multiply 225 acres by $3,750 per acre, you get somewhere around $8,000 something. So less than the 10,000. But he would still be subject to the 10,000 because that's the larger of the two numbers. Mr. Feeney has been growing hay and successfully selling that hay, and his income from that hay, gross income, is just around the $8,000. That's consistent with the non-prime soil amount. So he was very concerned to see this $10,000 minimum applied across the board. That decision to apply the $10,000 minimum income requirement across the board was a recent clarification. And in fairness to Mr. Feeney, I think it came a little bit as a surprise. The reason that we needed to make that recent clarification was because we ran into another real-life example that we felt need to be addressed. And that had to do with a parcel that was 44 acres in size of non-prime land. And there was questionable whether or not there was true agriculture occurring on that property. So we were evaluating, well, how much agriculture would need to happen in order for a contract to be established on this property. And we multiplied the 44 acres times the $37.50 per acre, and that gives you a minimum income requirement of $1,650 per year. $1,650 on a 44-acre parcel, where a parcel that was under 40 acres, perhaps his neighbor owns 38, would be subject to a minimum income requirement of $10,000. So we felt the need to kind of balance the playing field and apply the minimum income requirement fairly amongst everyone who wants to have a contract. And in recognition of the situation that Mr. Feeney finds himself in, which we anticipated we might find ourselves in, it's hard to hit a bullseye for every hypothetical, our program contains an exception clause. So if you do not have a parcel that meets the minimum acres, or you don't have an income that meets the minimum income requirements proposed by this program, you can request an exception to that by making that request to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, who will do an objective analysis as to whether or not this land is truly productive from an agricultural perspective and whether or not keeping it in agriculture benefits the public. And if the conclusion is that yes, it does, then it could still enter into contract. And I think Mr. Feeney is a good example of a situation where we would want to consider granting such exemptions. Now,
Wait a second.
Sure.
Supervisor Pine wants to ask a question.
Before you move off this topic of the income requirement, I think one of the writers, pointed out that with timber harvesting, you don't do that every year.
Exactly the issue I was going to move on to.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay. Well, so the second issue that has come up has to do with the way in which we apply these rules to timber harvesting. And I think it's important, before we get into the details of the issue, to put it into perspective. The county has a timberland production zoning district for the purpose of timber production. And the Williamson Act clearly states that you don't enter into a Williamson Act contract on timber production zone lands. So we are not proposing to, in any way, shape, or form, affect the timberland production and permitting process that occurs in our timberland production zones. The only place this becomes an issue is if you're within the agricultural district or in the resource management zone and you want to conduct timber harvesting and get a property tax benefit because that would be considered an agricultural use. Christmas trees have come up in this discussion, and I want to make a point of saying that Christmas trees are considered a crop and subject to the crop requirements of the program. So we're talking about regular timber harvesting operations here.
One more question, Supervisor Tessier.
Just quickly, you mentioned about the exception clause and being able to have it go before the Agricultural Advisory Committee. If a person is not successful there, is there also an appeal process that goes after that, or is that the final say?
The decision whether or not to enter into a contract rests with the Board of Supervisors. Mm-hmm. And so should somebody request an exception that is denied by the Agricultural Advisory Committee, they can still request that the matter be heard by the board, and the board would be the ultimate decision-making
Okay, thank you.
body on that. So the concerns we've heard regarding the application of our proposed rules to timber harvesting is, number one, we have said it needs to occur in accordance with this non-industrial timber management plan. That's a separate type of permit than timber harvest plan, which is the more common of the two that's obtained by the state. And the reason we relied on this non-industrial plan is because it is over a long-term period. And we needed to go back to the basic premise of the Williamson Act program that land needs to be continuously used for agricultural purposes. So we were concerned that the regular timber harvest permit, which is really for a one-time event, is not ongoing agricultural use. That being said, based on the correspondence that we've received, I think that there is some merit to considering whether or not we should broaden our rules to allow for regular timber harvest permits to be included in this, because as I understand it, they do have periods of 5 years or more. They can be renewed, or you get additional permits, and that as I understand it, the state is concerned that this minimum income requirement of $10,000 per year would essentially force somebody who is in the timber industry to keep cutting, even though that might not be consistent with sound forest management practices. So we definitely want to pay attention to the comments and concerns that have been raised. I think it is a fairly minor issue compared to the broader program. It not something that we're going to run into with regular frequency. And in light of those facts, would recommend that we move forward with the rules and procedures as currently written and come back to this board in the near future with with an analysis of the concerns that have been submitted and a recommendation with regard to any changes that we think should be made to the program to address those. So moving on, we talked about compatible uses before and the process for determining that their proposed uses are compatible with the agriculture. They must be allowed by zoning. They can't reduce the amount of land that's available for ag purposes or interfere with existing agricultural operations, and they need to be reviewed by the Ag Advisory Committee. So moving on to next steps.
One more question.
Just
Supervisor
out of
Tessier?
curiosity on this timber one, you mentioned it would be helpful today if we approve everything and then you'll work through some of this and come back with some changes. Is there also an exception clause, so if someone, doesn't want to keep cutting because just to get to the 10,000, could they also, would there be an exception that they could also go to the Agricultural Board?
Yes,
Commission?
yes.
Okay, so
That exception provision does apply to that. And so in the interim, should we find ourselves in this situation between now and when we come back, I think we can look at that exception provision.
Great, that's where I was going. Okay, thank you.
This slide outlines the next steps that we're proposing to undertake, assuming that the board approves these rules today. As you know, we work with the assessor's office to conduct annual surveys of contracted parcels. The next survey will be released by the assessor sometime in March of next year. Between now and then, we will be working with the assessor to make sure that that survey asks the right questions so we get the information we need to evaluate consistency with our program. Then we will, after we get those survey results, take a look at that for all the remaining existing contracts and evaluate whether or not all of the remaining contracts, the use on those contracted lands are consistent with our rules and procedures. And for those that we don't think comply with these rules and procedures, we will initiate a second round of non-contract non-renewals, which I anticipate would come before your board around the summer of next year. Of the 128 contracts that we previously non-renewed, 11 filed protests of those. Those remain outstanding. So that's another item we need to come back to, and we would do that following the second round of non-renewals and bring those appeals to your board sometime in the fall of next year. After that, we are in maintenance mode, and what we'll do after we do the second scrubbing of the existing contracts, if you will, is every year we will randomly select 20% of the surveys and evaluate whether or not those parcels are in compliance with the new program. And of course, come back to you as necessary. It's really been a fortunate opportunity to work with the members of the Ag Advisory Board and the Farm Bureau on these issues, and I think we've really tried hard to achieve the right balance here. But I think as we move forward with the new program, we might identify areas of potential improvement, and where we do, we'll be back before this board to recommend that we institute those improvements. And that includes the improvements that may be needed to address the timber harvesting concerns that were discussed today. And I expect that we'll be able to get back to your board on that matter by the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Monowitz. Supervisor Groom, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Monowitz, can I have that slide back, please?
Oh, sorry about that.
On the resolving the protests of the first round of non-renewals, how does that work, and who does it, and what's the process?
The Board of Supervisors will be the decision makers on those. We will prepare an analysis of each particular case that's been protested. We will obtain specific information about what, if any, agriculture is occurring on the site, and we will evaluate whether or not that's consistent with the standards contained in this program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Supervisor Slocum.
Thank you. This question might be more appropriately directed to the assessor, I'm not sure, but I think it was in 2008 there was the grand jury report. The reason I remember that is because I was the assessor at that time, and it had to do with the Williamson Act.
Maybe you can answer the question then.
No, I can't, but thank you for the offer. But I'm just curious, there were several recommendations in that grand jury report, and I remember some of my comments agree, some would agree, or whatever they were. But I'm wondering if you can comment on how this new program may address those recommendations of that grand jury from, I think it was 2008.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Slocum, and I'm going to ask Terry Flynn, our special assistant to the assessor, to come forward and make any additional comments. The recommendation was that questionnaires be sent out to update the rental information, and that recommendation has been complied with. We are getting back important information that relative to the rental values. That information is being incorporated in tables that we use to value these properties. So it is helpful. We are using the information. And is Mr. Flynn? Yes. If you have anything else to add, does that address your question somewhat?
Yes, thank you. It seemed like there were 8 or 9 specific recommendations. Maybe Mr. Flynn will remember.
And Mr. Flynn wrote the responses, so I think he'll have a better memory of that than I will. But
I think he did.
Yeah, but the most of those recommendations were outside the jurisdiction of the assessor's office. The one issue on the rents was within our jurisdiction. We are gathering that current information. That information is being used, and it's, I think, providing a more current and fair valuation of the properties. And so Mr. Flynn can add to that.
Good morning. Yes, in response to the grand jury report, if you'll recall, we wrote that in 2009, and it was in response to the Department of Finance audit of the Williamson Act program. We worked with the planning department and developed a questionnaire that both offices would use. And we started mailing that questionnaire in 2008 because we hadn't been mailing questionnaires for a number of years because we felt that the rental values, the land rental values on the coast side were pretty much stagnant and hadn't changed much. So our response was we agreed. We started sending out the questionnaires, and we had 2 years worth of data where we had received the questionnaires. And that's primarily what the response was. We agreed to start sending out the questionnaires. And for the 2 years we received the questionnaires, we didn't see a significant change in the fair rental values than we had been using previously. But we continue to do that and collect that data to apply our valuations each year.
Very good, thank you. No more questions.
No more, one quick comment. I guess when they come out of the Williamson Act, it's the tax revenue actually. You almost have to be an algebra student to be able to figure out the calculation, but it looks like it starts as soon as the contract is starting, the time starts to run. So in other words, it takes 9 years to actually come out of the Williamson Act, but the first year is when the tax revenue roughly goes up by roughly 70%, and by the end of 9 years, it actually ends up at 100%, correct?
Generally speaking, it's just the land value that we deal with
Right,
Williamson
it's
Act.
based on the Prop 13 value, in other words, when it was purchased.
Correct.
Okay.
So we set a base year value for the land, and then we set a separate Williamson Act value. And
Right,
the
and
idea
you
is at the end of
subtract
10 years, the property is assessed like all other real estate.
Yeah, and there's a little algebraic equation down here that,
Yes,
having
it's-
been a former algebra teacher, I actually understand it, so.
All right.
Supervisor Pine?
I had a question for Mr. Monowitz. Going back to the timber issue, I think you said that we don't want Williamson Act to apply in our timber production zones. And one of the letter writers talked about, their concern that this limiting it to the non-industrial timber management plan might be too narrow. And they said, well, what about so-called timber harvesting plans, THPs? Are those associated with timberland production zones, or is that something different?
They are used in timberland production zones. If you have property that's zoned TPZ and you want to harvest the trees, you need to get a permit from the state. And that permit would either be the THP or the NTMP.
Okay, can you get a THP outside of this zone?
Yes, you can. And that's where I think the issue comes up is that if somebody was going to pursue forestry outside of the TPZ, then they would be entitled to do so. The question is, should they be eligible to receive a Williamson Act contract for that activity? And if so, what rules should apply? And those are the issues we still need to work through.
Yeah, I mean, it seems clear to me that you'll want to, and you've indicated your interest in kind of massaging this with respect to timber harvesting. So I guess, do you think it might be a better approach to, assuming it's desire of the board, to approve everything else and leave the status quo here and then come back and improve it when it's ready, as opposed to approving something that we know is not really right?
Because these instances are so rare when it's raised, that I think that it would be the department's preference to keep the momentum going in terms of getting the overall rules in place, and then come back and subsequently make any adjustments we think.
And what would be a reasonable expectation of when you could bring that back? Because we don't, again, it's a little uncomfortable to adopt something that's not quite right.
Right. I estimated in the summer of 2014, but if we can push that up, if it's the desire of the board, I want to make sure that we not only consider the State Board of Forestry's and timber industry's interests, but also talk to the Department of Conservation, because this was an issue for them when we initially proposed to allow timber production.
There are a lot of parties, Cal Fire, Central Coast Fire Association.
Exactly.
There's a whole bunch of people who want to talk about it.
That's right. And I think one of those commenters noted the option of rezoning these lands to TPZ, and I think that's an option that should be considered. If the primary use of the land is going to be timber harvesting, then maybe that's the right zoning, and we address it through a rezoning rather than through changes to our Williamson Act program. And so that's something that I'd like to do further research on as well.
Okay, Supervisor Groom?
I would like to get a little clarity on what we just talked about. I'm uncomfortable approving this document with the timber in it, knowing that we're not going to look at it until summer of 14. So can we approve this and take the timber section out?
Mr. Byers?
You know, I might ask Mr. Monowitz to express any specific concerns he has. I mean, from a legal point of view, I don't see why you could not make that change. But I don't know, Steve, if you have any particular departmental concerns.
Well, I think we need to consider, well, what would we take out and what is the ramifications of that action? What we have in the program right now are minimum requirements for timber harvesting to qualify for a permit. So if we are silent in that regard, we just take out references to timber harvesting, then we're left in a state where our rules are not clear as to whether or not we will entertain those contracts and under what circumstances. So essentially, somebody who, let's say, would want to come in for a contract tomorrow on that, it would appear to us that our program rules, if there's no mention of timber harvesting, doesn't really address that as an agricultural use. On the other hand, it might be considered to be an ag use, but there's no minimum at all if we have no reference to it. So it would put us in a gray area.
Are we not in a gray area now based on the letters that we've received?
Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. I think that we do have the exception provision, and I think that having some guidance in this regard is better than having none. And so it is gray. I think the dialogue that's occurred today is fresh in our minds, and we would keep that in mind if this was adopted and we move forward and find ourselves having to look at exceptions. So I think we can accept either approach that is the preference of the board.
We do. You have a
Gray guidance.
It's the shade of gray you have to figure out.
Gray, that's a new term, gray guidance.
We do have some public speakers on it. You know, my preference would be to approve it in total and then allow planning to come back. You know, we've been working, I know my office has been working on this ever since I got in office, and it's been 3 years. So in any case, the speakers are first Bob Berlage and followed by David Van Lenner, or Lennep. Hi, Bob, how you doing? Oh, okay, okay.
Well, thank you, President Horsley, members of the board and staff. I'm Bob Berlage, representing Big Creek Lumber Company. We support the county's objective to be able to ensure that agricultural activity is occurring under a Williamson Act, and we also concur with Planning Department staff that you cannot both have a Williamson Act contract and be in timber production zone. We have concerns about the entire timber portion of this, and we've expressed those in a letter. I also understand that one or two state agencies have commented on that, and we might be okay with coming back at a later date to discuss revisions to this. Still think a better way to go would be to table the timber issues. It seems like this board could put time constraints on pulling that and revisiting it. What that would do is it would give the staff an opportunity to discuss directly with California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection and CAL FIRE with respect to the authorities that the county has and the separate authorities that the state has over timber harvesting. Currently in this draft, only a non-industrial timber management plan can apply for a Williamson Act. We have concerns that that might be in conflict with state law, specifically Food and Agriculture Code 1-51-22. I'm not going to read that. That's in our document. And also the concern that you've got time constraints that would be impossible to meet under separate state law with respect to timber harvesting and demonstrating sustainability in a non-industrial timber management plan. Again, our recommendation is to pull it and then quickly have staff confer with state agencies and then come back. We're not opposed to what it is you're trying to achieve. Just want to make sure what you do is in conformance with state statutes. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Bob. David Van Lenner versus, or followed by Dr. Linda Huntermer.
Good morning, President Horsley, members of the board. My name is David Van Lennep. I'm a registered professional forester practicing in the three-county area. I currently, we're harvesting on a parcel right now, 42-acre parcel that does have a Williamson Act contract and has for decades. Was renewed recently through the survey in 2007. So I wanted to provide a little bit of additional information on our concerns about not only the monetary threshold and the time, the temporal relationship with timber harvesting and income flow, but the non-industrial timber management plan issue. First, in terms of income, at a minimum, landowner could only harvest every 10 years, and that's a state law. This parcel, after doing the calculations over 3 harvests over a 33-year period, would not have met those minimum requirements. Although I'm wouldn't be opposed to having that exception language put in, it seems a little tenuous that you would not be able to have your contract renewed, even though you were doing as much as you could do to fulfill the intent of that contract, and just not happening to meet that threshold. And that's no fault of the landowner or their commitment to long-term timber management, just a mere fact of economics. The second point is non-industrial timber management plans have certain constraints and restrictions codified in law. Certain landowners are not available or not allowed to even apply for those management plans. This parcel also meets that definition. The landowner is not allowed to put a non-industrial timber management plan on those acres. Additionally, the monetary constraint for another landowner who might be able to apply on those same 40 acres would be it would be a very expensive permit for that landowner to try and acquire. We would be in favor of having the language read timber harvest permit, something a little more broad, as long as the landowner met all the other requirements for the contract. And we do support the cleanup of the contract language in general and the removal of any non-ag uses. Thank you.
Dr. Linda Huntermer, followed by Larry Camp.
I live in an unincorporated part of San Mateo County where all of us have 40 acres and live in the middle of Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. For the 20 years that I've lived there, I've seen very ununiform application of Williamson and Timber Harvest Preserve. My concern is just growing financial requirements on taxes to me and my family for parts of the land that we don't use. And I am glad that there's going to be some more uniform application of it, because I've asked over and over again to try and get into one of the acts in order to be able to preserve my land for the future of my children. I am a retiree and life-threatened individual whose child, teenager, is going to take over my property when I'm gone. And I think the taxes are outrageous for a person that has no public utilities at all. I provide my own power. There's no garbage pickup. I've never seen a sheriff in our area. My neighbors fought the fire of someone's house that burned down. The schools are so far away, I can't imagine. I just think that there's got to be some way for individuals who can read, and I've read every document I can and have never been able to, get into some of the things that my neighbors have, to be able to have some sort of financial, release from the taxes that, go up. So I would really appreciate knowing who it is that would be able to, talk to someone like myself and tell me, what kinds of things that I could apply for. Because some of my neighbors are in Williamson, some of my neighbors in TPZ, and I've been told repeatedly over and over again, sorry, you came into the picture too late. I've been there 20 years, and I still think that, there's a lot of my land I don't use. I maintain a lot of it. I have to cut trees. I have to go out and keep the, forest cleaned up to, keep fire down. And I would really like to see a more uniform treatment for all of us who are up there.
Thank you, Ms. Huntermer.
Thank you.
Larry Camp, followed by Lenny Roberts.
Mr. President, could I just make a comment? Could we have staff meet with the doctor at some point? So that she can maybe get some things clarified or have someone work with her? I think that'd be very helpful.
Good idea.
Good morning, Supervisor Horsley and the other members of the board. My name is Larry Camp. I'm a registered professional forester, but I'm here today to represent Forest Landowners of California, which is a group of non-industrial. That is, we don't own sawmills, but we are passionate about the management of our timberlands and also maintaining a legacy of forests on our properties. That we cover property statewide. We applaud your efforts to revise your ordinance, but it's been my experience, and I was involved with some of the original TPZ zoning and how the counties handled that we found, and I represented clients before, not this board, but other boards, that had to apply for TPZ zoning, and some of them stayed in the Williamson Act. So at this point, I would ask that you pull the timber portion of this ordinance and come back. We will be glad to work with you and staff to revise this as quickly as possible. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to try and answer them.
Thanks, Mr. Camp. Lenny Roberts, followed by Ron Sturgeon.
Good morning. I'm Lenny Roberts, speaking for Committee for Green Foothills, and this may be a very unusual coming together of Bob Berlage and Lenny Roberts are agreeing on something. I would like to ask you to hold off on the timber harvesting section of this as well. When the county, I was around when the county did its initial zoning for TPZ and entering all the land, they did an extensive study. We had a forestry person on our staff, did an extensive study of what was the commercially viable timber land ownerships in the county. So those that were considered commercially viable over time were rezoned for TPZ. Those landowners get a tax break for being in TPZ. They don't pay a high level of taxes, and then when the timber is harvested, they pay a tax on that timber. It's kind of a complementary program to Williamson Act. So there are other lands that have some more marginal stands of timber, but to then, if they're going to be entered, and not that many people apply for Williamson Act every year, so we're talking about people perhaps applying. And I think there is no real rush to, there's not a lot of people requesting new Williamson Act contracts that I know. Anyway, I think that you would want to certainly, I would think, not apply NTMPs to lands that might be in the Williamson Act, because that commits people long-term. It also removes the affected neighbors and downstream owners, downstream affected properties from participating in a timber review process as it goes forward. Only one time can they do that. So the question really is whether THP or NTMP ought to be also Williamson Act, and I think they're kind of separate, and they don't necessarily need to have that provision in the Williamson Act.
Thanks,
So
Ms.
I would like to work with the staff on that too.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Roberts. Ron Sturgeon, followed by Liz. I still can't read it. I'm sorry.
My name is Ron Sturgeon,
Good morning. And I would like to direct your attention to page 17 of attachment C, which is the update itself. At the top of the page, number one, determination of compatibility. The Agricultural Advisory Committee will review proposed compatibility uses to determine whether the use is in fact compatible with the incidental to the agricultural use on the parcel. And I'm concerned that the update is allocating to the committee too much decision authority that's going to trigger reporting under the Fair Political Practice Committee's requirements. In other words, Form 700, which in the past has lost you the committee. And I think the committee in this instance has to report to the Agricultural Advisory Commissioner or someone else. It is by law advisory to this board and to the commission. And when it goes beyond that and accrues authority that is too decisive and no longer advisory, I think it's going to trigger the filing of Form 700. And I don't see, I realize the county and this board has been at this task for some time, but I don't think there's any rush. I think we can get this right before you adopt it, and I don't think it should take that long.
Thanks, Ron. Liz, you have to pronounce your last name for me.
Hi, yes, I'm here again. My name is Liz Dobra-Sinovic.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I am an owner of Old Christmas Tree Farm out in Bear Gulch in San Gregorio. And my husband died, so I was not able to activate it, so it's now a dead farm. I'm not sure it's considered monterey pine as a timber, unless I can make a lot of money on it. But my question is, if you raise my taxes up, I cannot preserve it, or I'm not going to be able to pay it and to leave it for my grandkids. So maybe they can enjoy it. It's a beautiful place, and my older grandson has interest in it, but he's only 16. So until he grows up, my taxes is going to be so high that I'm going to be forced to sell it. So I hope you consider some us odd people out there too, who are not in the agriculture or timber, that you don't raise our taxes or you don't take us out of William Act so that we can preserve what we own out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments, thoughts? Yes,
I have a
Supervisor.
question. I don't know who's going to answer this. I know Mr. Monowitz mentioned that if we don't adopt something today, we kind of leave things a little bit in limbo. I guess the question I have is it, can we do this faster? I mean, if we did take the timber part out, can we move it sooner than June? Because to me, if we can't do it a lot sooner, I would suggest we have something in there versus nothing in there, because I think it leaves a real limbo. Because as long as we have an exception clause, I think you've heard very clearly we have to be very sensitive to the issue. So do you think you can move it much sooner than June?
How about the end of March? That'd be 5 months.
Yes, I think we can make that.
Is that soon enough?
So what's the, you could?
We could. So we could come back to this board with an analysis of the issues and our recommendations about how they should be addressed by March. I think the question that remains on the table is, what do we do with the language that's in there right now? We could leave it as is, or we could extract all the references to timber harvesting and just be silent on the timber harvesting issue, and then come back with proposed language to insert at a later date.
Can I ask just one more question?
Sure.
So how many applications or how many inquiries about timber harvesting would you likely get between now and March? I mean, is this a hot
I'd be
topic?
surprised if we received any.
Okay. Well, that sort of answers my question, that it doesn't seem like a problem to pull it.
Mr. President, I still remain uncomfortable voting for something that we know we're not satisfied with, and we have a variety of complaints and questions and comments. I just don't think we should do that, but I'm happy to see if we could be done by the end of March rather than summer.
So I'm not sure where we're at there. Are we willing to pass the in total, except for remove any reference to timber? So, do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Monowitz. I know you've worked on this for a very long period of time, and I do respect the need to actually modify the language relative to timber, so thanks for the speakers as well. As I said, I'm going to take a break at this point. I will come back, and I'll skip over the county manager's issue and get right to the issue about district elections.
What's that?
Okay, we'll reconvene in a moment. Okay, well, back in session. I am going to skip over the county manager's report and go on directly to item number 8, which is the introduction of an ordinance amending sections, and it goes on to a number of sections of Chapter 2.0, Title 2 of San Mateo County Ordinance Code establishing the boundaries of the supervisorial districts and waiver of the reading in its entirety, and it's introduced by Supervisor Adrian Tessier and Warren Slocum. I'm going to go right to this. Last hearing and we had on this, we had a number of speakers, well over 20. And again, I see that we have a similar number of speakers once again. And there were some, we had the opportunity of hearing from additional constituents as well as some additional cities. And so with that additional information, we asked our demographer, Doug Johnson, to come up with some other iterations. So I'm going to, at this point, ask Doug to come up and explain and talk about the changes that he has made based on comments made by the board as well as interested citizens.
Members of the board, again, I'm Douglas Johnson. I'm president of National Demographics Corporation, which is the consulting firm that's been helping the county with this process. And it has been a real pleasure to work with everyone, both at the county and in the public. And this has been certainly a success at getting public engagement, and it's been a fascinating process. So for the direction at the last meeting, we did prepare a set of plans. In the end, there were 7, 3 of which, all of which are just named A for simplicity, are the versions that you looked at last time, kind of the final versions going into last meeting. First of the community unity map, then of the equity map, and then the precinct cleanup map, which is one that was presented to the committee. As you directed at the last meeting, we then looked at variants of each of those 3. So for community unity, there are variants B and C. B does, and I'll show this in more detail, the change to unite San Mateo, and the change where more of South San Francisco is united in District 1, and that population shift is offset by a division of San Bruno. And then Community Unity C unites San Mateo but does not do the South San Francisco San Bruno change. Equity, the equity map already had the South San Francisco San Bruno shift in it in the A version. So for that, the only variant we came back with is B, where we unite San Mateo in that plan. And then similarly, precinct cleanup already had San Mateo united, and so the only variant there is the South San Francisco San Bruno shift. So we really, I look at it as you have three basic maps in front of you, a couple of variants for each one. Just going through, you have the report that was prepared in detail and part of the agenda packet, so it's been available to the public as well. I just pulled a couple of tables out of that. The first is the population deviations. You can see the current districts have 3 1/3% deviation, and this is the difference between the largest and smallest districts. The other plans have larger deviations except for precinct cleanup A, which brings it down to 3.01%. In terms of city splits, again, this is from your agenda packet. We're looking at 3 in the current districts, 3 in the Community Unity A map, and in the Community Unity C map. The B variant adds 1 more split, so it comes up with 4. Equity A has 6, and Equity B has 5. Precinct cleanup has 3, and then precinct cleanup B has 4 because of the San Bruno split. This table is from the report. I won't go through it in detail, but this is showing the percentages of each city that are split. I know it's a little hard to see on the screen, but again, it's in the agenda packets. The one thing I do want to highlight, because it was talked about a lot last time, and I've mentioned it a number of times, is the South San Francisco. In the existing districts, the split of South San Francisco is 54% in District 1 and 46% of the city's population in District 5. The San Bruno, South San Francisco shift we're talking about makes that 72% of South San Francisco in District 1 and 28% in District 2. And of course, it comes with a split of San Bruno when you make that change. Just to restate what we talked about it last time, I looked at 19 elections from 2010 and 2012, and none of the plans that we looked at last time would have resulted in any election changes. There was that giant spreadsheet we talked about a little bit. And similarly, the changes that we're looking at in these plans today and in the variants don't have any significant impact on election results. So none of these plans would change the election results in a given district from one plan to another, or even not only do they not change the result and who wins, they also barely change the percentages. As I mentioned in the last meeting, there is remarkable, political homogeneity across this county. There are some variations, but it's not nearly the scale and scope that we get in most counties, and so none of the plans would dilute any of the protected class populations in any way. So plan differences. This map, really not looking at the details of this map, but you can see where the lines diverge. And we're really looking at 4 areas. The first is South San Francisco and San Bruno. You can see where the lines diverge there. The San Mateo, Hillsborough, Belmont area, which is all the borders of District 2, and then Menlo Park is the key differences, and the different unincorporated areas around Atherton. So those are the key areas where there are differences in these plans. Starting with South San Francisco, the real difference is, does the north-south border go down El Camino, which it does in the current lines and in the precinct cleanup maps, or down Junipero Serra, which it does in the Community Unity, in all the versions that do the San Bruno change. And that's why that population between El Camino and Junipero Serra is that 25% increase in San Francisco population District 1. In San Mateo, we're really looking at community uni map, and these are both the A versions. Goes around the high school, keeps the high school in District 2, and then comes down to 4th and across. I'm sorry, that comes down to 5th in community equity map. I'm confusing myself. In the community unity map, it comes down to 5th and kind of jogs along until it gets to the bay. The equity map does not go around the high school. It puts the high school in District 1. It just comes down to 4th and goes across to the bay. And of course, in the B and C variants, San Mateo is united. So all the border in those variants follows the city line. In Belmont, one of the things that happens when we unite San Mateo is then we divide Belmont. So this map shows you the different options. They're pretty much the same things that we looked at the last meeting, between the community unity maps, which are shown in the shades of red, the equity maps, which are the blue, and the precinct cleanup maps, which are gray and really follow the current borders. One thing I did check to follow up, there was a question that comes up about how that current border was defined, and one thing I was told and wasn't able to confirm is that it was following a school attendance border. I did check, and that school district no longer has attendance zones. They have open enrollment. So whatever it was following back in the day, it's not following anymore, at least as far as we know. And then in Menlo Park, none of these plans change any of the lines in Menlo Park. So we're at the same choices there, which is the current districts and precinct cleanup keep all of Menlo Park together in 4. The community unity maps divide the city at El Camino Real, and then the equity map follows Bay and the 101 freeway, Bay Street and the 101 freeway. So we have, of course, as you've seen, received more emails and letters since the last meeting. We did receive a new plan, the Community Equity Group. I think you've seen the letter that they sent. The Community Unity and the Equity Groups have gotten together and submitted a plan together. And then our old friend, Mr. Nakamura, has sent in 3 additional plans. So as mentioned in the memo, we're really looking at a couple of options. You have in the packets today ordinances for each of those A, B, and C plans. You can select one of those and introduce the ordinance. You can obviously direct us to revise a plan and develop a new ordinance. And one of the other things that has come up is there's been mention of the slivers and things like that. We talked with council about possibly introducing an ordinance with the direction to see if we can clean up any mail ballot precincts, which are actually drawn by the registrar, and we'd work with the registrar to identify those and fix any that we find before the next meeting. So that's a quick walkthrough. Happy to answer questions now or after public comment, whatever works for you.
We have about 19 speakers. Do you have any questions of Mr. Johnson? None? Okay. In that case, I'm going to go right to our speakers. I'm going to ask that we be as succinct as possible. Normally, I'll let people speak a little longer, but I'd like to get this done with 19 different speakers on this. First is Greg Conlett from Atherton. Followed by Raymond Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're having a long day. I just want to reemphasize the points I made last time, that the committee worked very hard to come up with their 3 plans. You disregarded one last time, and then the other 2 were merged together. So you really got a unanimous committee recommending to you to adopt the community equity plan. And I just would ask that you seriously consider that. And I still think you run the risk, if you go with the present plan, of being challenged as not meeting the objectives of the lawsuit and not meeting the objectives of principles that were laid out to you for proper redistricting. And the lack of being contiguous, particularly in the Menlo, Atherton, Redwood City, San Carlos, where each ones in a different district proves the point that you're subject to some challenge. So I'd appreciate your support of adopting of the Equity Community Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Can I ask a quick question, which might be helpful to us, whether we can do it now or after, is, I don't know if anybody's, I haven't seen a community equity plan, so I'm not sure what it looks like. I wonder if does Doug have it? Where's Doug? Maybe when, after the speakers speak, could we maybe see that? So, because if people are gonna speak on that, I don't, or maybe can we see it now? We don't know what they're talking about. So,
Sure, I do have it. I can.
You have it ready?
Yes, I can bring it up.
Okay.
I will just do very brief, because I presume members of the public will talk about it. But let me just show you. Oops, that's not what I want to do. There we go. Oh.
You're out of time. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So it is very close to the equity A map. So let me see if we can see. Let me put both those lines up. So in the north, the 1 in 5 border is the equity A map. In San Mateo, there's a slight change, just some water blocks change, which is just a piece of the online system. The only real difference is it moves from 4th, the border moves from 4th Avenue to 5th Avenue, essentially moving from the equity line to the community unity line there in San Mateo. And then in Belmont, the equity map kind of curved, came down along the railroad and what was that, Old County? Let me zoom in there. Oh yeah, it was following the railroad tracks between El Camino Real and Old County Road, and then it curved kind of southwest through town. The new map just stays following to the degree it can with census blocks. This little notch is just a census block artifact, I think. It just goes straight through Belmont and San Carlos, and continues down. It unites Redwood City and then comes around, and the other change is in Menlo Park, where it now follows the freeway. So the Equity A map followed Bay Road to the 101 and then the city border. The new line follows the 101 freeway over to, what is this, Willow Road, and then comes down Willow Road to Middlefield and jogs over. So keeping in District 4, the area that's northeast of 101 and the area that's east of Willow Road and north of Middlefield. Other than that, it is the equity plan, equity A map. One thing so in terms of population deviation, I think I have that real quick. Yeah, here we go. Came out to be 4.56%. And in terms of city splits, I think I've got that too. I was trying to solve fairly quickly. I looked at the online system. You always get some weird pieces of things here and there, and I tried to quickly look at cleaning those up. We get, see if this is right. No, that's not the right one. I think we're at 6. Yeah, here we go. So Belmont, Menlo Park, San Bruno, San Carlos, San Mateo, and South San Francisco are each divided. So obviously, we've got it in the computer. It can zoom in and show any details that you want to see, and I presume the the members of the public that are submitting it will comment further on it as well.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Okay, we go back to speakers then. Thanks, Doug. Raymond Lee, followed by the councilman, vice mayor from the city of Daly City, Michael Gangona.
Good morning. Raymond Lee. I'm a resident of the city of San Mateo. I was also fortunate to sit on the Supervisor District Line Committee. I want to thank the board for allowing me that opportunity to do so. I've learned quite a bit in the board itself. I probably struggle as you're struggling now in terms of looking at city splits. I took to heart where possible to keep cities whole as much as possible, basically. But the reality is that the cities do have to be split. And the thought which I like to offer you in terms of my rationale is that we should try to keep cities as whole as possible. If we couldn't keep it as whole, or keep it whole, we should try to keep it as whole as possible. What that means is not necessarily looking at splitting one or two cities, but giving consideration to the cities that you do split and keeping that city as whole as possible, where you're slivering a small slice of the city rather than a large slice, or dividing it in half-half. Where the division should occur, we've heard a lot of community input, and as recent as over the weekend, I was happy to see that there were a coming together, really, of diverse interests in defining a particular map. I want the board to recognize and support the efforts of the community and the coming together of diverse groups, and support the map that's been presented here. If it's too late for consideration in that respect, I strongly suggest that you seriously consider Equity B map as an alternative. But again, I highly encourage you to support the efforts that's been done by various groups that's been done today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lee. Thanks for serving on the committee as well. Mike Gangona, and followed by Leslie Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman.
I come before you to speak in support of the new community equity map. I was in part of this process. I had gone to a lot of these meetings, and I just have to say that the fact that the two entities got together and worked out the differences both in the north and in the south, keeping in mind that there were low-income community of interest stemming from San Bruno, east of South San Francisco. It extended to southeast of El Camino Real and into East San Mateo. This community is different from Hillsborough, which should be placed in a separate district. There's also a low-income community of interest stemming from East Palo Alto, east of Menlo Park and Redwood City that extends northeast of El Camino Real. And the point we're trying to make is that the public process has to mean something. You have to buy into and trust the process. You've had two of your members were on that board. A lot of these ideas were already vetted. The idea of coming forth with a plan that either hasn't been vetted or hasn't gone through the same rigorous process that produced real change and real collaboration between real diverse groups is something that you should look at. I think that in our district specifically, in the 5th District, the first time I came up here, I talked about not splitting the city. You listened to that, and as a result of that, there were no efforts to split the largest city in the county, and I thank you for that. My message has changed along the way, and it's changed and it's adapted to what the community has wanted. I watched as this process began and the give and take that occurred, and I really think that some real changes, real concessions, and real agreements have been made here. For us to not, or at least for the board to take the position that another alternative that would be less vetted and would result in less community input would be a shame. And I urge you to go along with the map that's been blended. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Leisha Nicholas.
Thank you, President Horsley and honorable supervisors, for this opportunity to address you again. I'm Leisha Nicholas, Vice President of the Highlands Community Association. I'm speaking on behalf of County Service Area 1 and the Highlands Community Association. As you know, we're a community of interest and we're unincorporated. Thank you to all the supervisors for your response to the concerns that we've expressed. We appreciate your efforts to work out the maps so that CSA 1 and the Highlands can remain in District 1. We had representation at district committee meetings, the October 8 board meeting, and since then have heard increasing concern from our area residents about possibly being taken out of District 1 under Supervisor Pine. As you already recorded, 44 emails were sent to the committee requesting that our communities of County Service Area 1 remain as is in District 1 under Supervisor Pine. I'll reiterate 2 of the reasons why residents in our area are concerned. 1, we've already made a large change in the election of supervisors by district elections now. It'd be nice to assess the effects of this. It may be premature to modify district boundaries too aggressively for each community before we know how our current districts will work in the new elections model. Number 2, our CSA 1 communities are right now facing very complex decisions and seeking to resolve decades-long projects with excellent leadership from Supervisor Pine. We have the highest regards for all of our supervisors, but we're right in the middle of the issues, and a change from Supervisor Pine's engagement leadership at this critical time could risk adverse impacts for our area. In conclusion, we strongly support leaving CSA 1 Highlands as is, currently exists in District 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Nicholas, and Robert Rubin, followed by Carolyn Sue.
Thank you, President Horsley, members of the board. I'm Robert Rubin. I'm a civil rights attorney in San Francisco, and I brought the lawsuit that, together with the vote of the people of San Mateo, I think brings us to this place today. I think that the excellent work done by the advisory committee makes your job quite easy. We don't have a consensus around this one map. We have virtual unanimity. There has been a coalescing of interests. I frankly have never been in a coalition with a Republican before. Sorry, Chris. But I think this issue is important enough that we need to put aside whatever personal interests we might have and go along with the greater public good. And I think the greater public good is expressed quite succinctly by the turnout of the community and their participation in the process that leads us to today, where we have the one map that everybody has coalesced around. We're not an oligarchy. We're not a handful of people controlling government. We're a participatory democracy. And there can be nothing greater than a participatory democracy, easy for me to say, than when those who have been most disenfranchised, they've been left out of the process, elect to join the process. And they have come out, those most disenfranchised have come out and participated in that process. And it would be a tragedy, and I use that word guardedly, a tragedy, if those people who have come out and put their trust in and faith in the process to have their views and voices ignored. I think that their interests have to be listened to. Yes, they're an advisory committee, but you will rarely find the kind of unanimity that is shown in the support of the one map. If there is time, if there is not time because of procedural rules about second readings and time to look at this map, which I was surprised that Supervisor Tissier did not have an opportunity to look at before, which is unfortunate. But if she and perhaps others needed more time to look at this, the November 5th deadline is imposed by our settlement agreement. It's literally just a contract between County Council and us as the plaintiffs. We can move that. It's not a court order. We don't even need to go to a judge. We could agree right now if that's a barrier to your consideration of the new map.
Let me just go on to the public speakers, and we'll make that decision a little bit later. Thanks, Mr. Rubin.
I just did want to make clear that okay. I don't think the County Council would have different views.
Thank you. Carolyn Sue, followed by Pradeep Gupta.
Hi, Carolyn Hsu from Asian Law Caucus. Thanks again to this board for considering this matter and for convening the advisory committee. And thank you to the advisory committee members who did put a lot of time and effort into this process. I just wanted to note that for anyone who did participate in this process, which lasted over 6 months, it's not a coincidence that each of these maps that were recommended by the committee are remarkably similar. You'll know, if you participate in these meetings, you'll know that the community unity and the equity maps evolved throughout the process in order to accommodate all of the concerns that were raised. You also find that these two maps garnered the widest and most diverse support, so much so that by the final meeting, the public was in near consensus in support of either the community unity or equity maps. This support did not come easy, and it was developed over the course of 6 months based on compromises made by all sides and all residents. This is essentially the first time that the county will be going through a redistricting process. It's a process that you'll be going through every 10 years from now on, and we urge you to do the right thing from the beginning. Several of you have acknowledged the serious conflict of interest that exists by having elected officials draw their own districts. So what we urge is for you to leave a legacy that is a positive one that encourages civic engagement and embraces the voice of the people. I also wanted to note that Julio Garcia, who's a program director at Nuestra Casa, who does a lot of work with the low-income communities in the eastern part of San Mateo, he was here this morning, but he was unable to stay because he had to get back to work. But he also wanted me to sign his name on in support of the community equity map as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hsu. It's Councilman Pradeep Gupta from South San Francisco, followed by Peter Lawrence.
Good morning, President Don Horsley and honorable supervisors, and Mr. Malby, Mr. Okada, and Mr. Byers. I want to be very brief. I'm Pradeep Gupta from South San Francisco. I want to be very brief and just state that I support very strongly on behalf of South San Francisco the community equity map, the new consensus map that is appearing after lots of discussions and lots of efforts put by your advisory committee, as well as some of your supervisors participated in that. Tremendous amount of work, but it's now coalescing, as everybody has said. So I hope that supervisory board consider those efforts and that consensus and give it importance and approve that, and that will take us to the next step on how to use those maps later on. Thank you very much. Some of my friends are going to talk more about it, so I'll leave some of the arguments for them. Thank you.
Councilman Gupta. Peter Lawrence, followed by Ben Cohen.
Good morning. I thank the board and the county for the efforts that have gone into this momentous decision that you are about to make. As a matter of context, I recognize that the plea of CSA 1 is a very minor part of a very large picture. But I think that either on a temporary or permanent basis, attention to the details would warrant no decision at this point, or no change at this point as far as the shift in the boundary. Supervisor Pine has taken a great deal of time, energy, effort to become very aware of the needs of this rather small area. And in walking the Hill for Water Tank Hill development, and in attending meetings with regard to the sewage issues that our area faces, it would be a shame if someone else had to step up and replicate the efforts that he has expended to become as knowledgeable and as responsive as he has been. There is so much that is being demanded of governmental officials today. Do more in a shorter period of time with fewer resources. Let's get the efficiency and the continuity going, please. Just a small effort in a small section, and I don't know if it's something that could be temporary until these current issues are resolved, or if it would have to be a permanent decision today. But I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lawrence. Next, Ben Cohen, who's speaking. Actually, he's a staff person for Assembly Member Kevin Mullins and is speaking for Kevin. After him would be Councilwoman Carol Matsumoto.
Morning, President, members of the board.
Morning,
as you
Ben.
mentioned, my name is Ben Cohen, a district representative for Assembly Member Kevin Mullen. I'm here today to speak on his behalf and share his hope that the decision you make regarding future supervisorial districts will be made with fidelity to the spirit of representative democracy, that an elected body is a microcosm of those that it represents. With that in mind, Assembly Member Mullen asks that you carefully consider the interests of all parties affected, particularly the electoral impacts of splitting communities of interest and the effect it has on their ability to effectively participate in the democratic process. An effect he fully understands as his hometown of South San Francisco is a so-called split city with regard to the Board of Supervisors districts, as well as to the State Assembly and State Senate districts. With the difficult decision before you, and with these things in mind, he wishes you clear thought, sound judgment in reaching your conclusion and making your decision about the future of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. On his behalf, I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Ben. Councilwoman Carol Matsumoto, followed by, I think it's Christopher Bowman.
Good morning, good afternoon,
Good morning.
Just wanted to let you know that originally I came here to ask for your support for Equity Plan B, but I am here now also to ask for your support of the Community Equity Plan, which is a meshing of both the Community Plan 4C and the Equity Plan 3. And we've tried, as you said, it's been a coalition, and we've tried desperately to meet all the needs. And I think through this, we've come up with the right things. We've tried to protect, Supervisor Grooms, Pines, Horsley's, Tissier's, and Supervisor Warren's group. We've all made concessions. I think we've gotten there. We've also had to consider CVAP, which we've taken into consideration. And equally, which was another thing thrown in a factor, was the fact community of interest, which meant school districts, it meant neighborhoods. And this plan, really, the community equity map, I think accomplishes all that. The pain by the 5-city split are equal. They're approximately 70-30. So rather than take up your time, I just would like to encourage your support of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Matsumoto. Rebecca Eisen, after Christopher Bowman. Christopher, no, I'm sorry. Christopher, you're next. Christopher Bowman, and then Rebecca Eisen's next, after you.
Supervisors, I have some data on population of the various cities and unincorporated areas for each district for your review, but that's not what I'm going to be speaking on right now. I'm here to speak in favor of the community equity plan. I don't know if Doug can put that back on the screen. The major changes, I'm sorry.
My computer went to sleep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It was a blending of both maps. We got the variance between the most populated and least populated to 4.56%. Both other plans were at 4.99 or 5.58%, so we made progress there. There was public testimony back in June by a coalition of community groups and nonprofits from District 4, which talked about the Willows neighborhood being part of their community of interest. I didn't see that report until after we had submitted our initial equity plan. And so that is why we drew the lines at Willow down the middle field and put the flood tract into District 3. Also, we put downtown Belmont into District 3. Right now, under the current maps, it's in District 3. So we moved it to 2. It's in 3 currently, and we had it in 4 in our proposal previously. I want to say that the precinct cleanup map is unacceptable on various levels. it splits Redwood City. It basically splits South San Francisco 54-46%, which means that it's disempowered in either district that it appears. And the contiguousness in Menlo Park, Atherton, Redwood City, and San Carlos, it's something that a gerrymander would like, but certainly you should not like.
Thanks, Mr. Bowman. And Rebecca Eisen, followed by Phil Armistead.
Good morning, President.
Thanks for your service on the committee as well.
Thank you. Good morning, President Don Horsley and honorable members of the board. Again, I'm Rebecca Eisen from Daly City. I am here in support of the Community Equity Map, which was developed through community process. The Community Equity Map will help low-income communities, their interests, the schools, the jobs, the renters, their cultural activities are all similar. In doing so, there will be other cities which will not be happy, but I know you, our leaders, will confront this problem and doing its best in fixing the problem. I'm so happy I'm given the chance to live the American dream, fairness and democracy. I grew up under martial law in the Philippines. Thus, I'm here with great faith to our leaders, you Honorable Board of Supervisors. The children of today will always remember you, you will give a great legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Phil Armistead, followed by Connie Jackson.
Good afternoon, President Horsley and Honorable Board of Supervisors. The time has arrived. The time has arrived for decisions to be made that will impact the legacy of this county, the communities of diversity, and for everybody concerned. My young daughter, who is now in college, looks forward to coming back to this county. And she told me that, Dad, when will there be an opportunity for people of diverse backgrounds to have a chance to run in a county which is as big and as wealthy, but in many regards limited because of the size of the county? We know that our communities have spoken, we have remained engaged, and we have matured to a level where everybody should have a right, and a right to run for office, a right to be engaged. But when limitations and restrictions come in the way of empowering our diverse communities, we don't talk about democracy, we talk about restrictions. So I speak on behalf of a community plan which we all are in favor. We've come in unity to advocate for that. Thank you very much.
Is that the map that's on the screen now,
Yes,
Phil?
exactly.
Okay, thank you. Connie Jackson, followed by David Carey. Ms. Jackson is the city manager for the city of San Bruno. So welcome.
Thank you for saving me to say that. My name is Connie Jackson. Again, I'm the city manager of the city of San Bruno. I'm here on behalf of the city council and specifically at their request, at the request of Mayor Jim Ruane and the entire city council. City of San Bruno has followed the district lines process with strong interest and with extreme concern about the proposals that would split our community between two districts. I'm here today to reiterate our previous statement by Mayor Jim Ruane to this process, that any future split of the city of San Bruno or other breakup of the current boundaries of San Bruno's representation as it now exists would be harmful to our city. While we are diverse in geography, we have strong ties to both Skyline College and also to our relationship with the city and county of San Francisco, having their jail within our boundaries. We do not feel that San Bruno shares significant communities of interest sufficient to make the change to split our city as now being considered beneficial or desirable. We do not believe that splitting our city into two districts would allow us the opportunity of fair and effective representation as we currently receive. And lastly, I'd like to note that the community of interest and identity within our community and the need for a strong identity for the city of San Bruno has never been stronger than in the last few years as we continue to recover from disaster. As we look forward in San Bruno to our centennial year in 2014, we recognize the many positive changes that have occurred in our community and in our evolution as a city. At the same time, we recognize no need to change what is already working, and that is our representation through District 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. David Carey, followed by Pedro Gonzalez, the mayor of South San Francisco.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is David Carey, and I live in Belmont. First, some of these plans would benefit from some truth in labeling. It is confusing and misleading to relabel existing plans and to mislabel new plans requested by the board as if they had been submitted or approved by community groups. I'd encourage the board to relabel the plans that it has requested as its own plans. Second, the city of San Mateo is the largest city by voter turnout and politically the most diverse based on voting patterns, making it a prime candidate to be split. Both of the recommended plans and also the community equity plan that's being recommended to you today split the city of San Mateo and do so in a way that makes eminent sense from a voter's perspective. I'd like to remind the board that the county is not a federation of cities, and I'd encourage you not to overplay the issue of avoiding splits of cities, that try to make some decisions that respect the voters and how they would vote if they were allowed to vote in free and fair elections themselves. Mr. Johnson alluded to the fact that none of these plans, that there's a great deal of political homogeneity within the county. And certainly we saw that in Measure B. One of the places where there was some disagreement about Measure B was on this Board of Supervisors itself last year. And so I'd encourage you not to repeat that disconnect from the community. And at this point, I'd recommend the community equity map. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Pedro Gonzalez, Mayor Gonzalez, followed by Daly City's Mayor Ray Bonaventura.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, President Don Horsley. I got up with a backache and I feel better. I think it's the weather in Redwood City. As mayor of the city of South San Francisco, I urge you to adopt the equity map. Representatives from the city of South San Francisco have attended every meeting held by the Supervisorial District Lines Advisory Committee. We have also attended the October meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We understand that the Advisory Committee has specific goals, including ensuring that minority voters have a voice. We also understand that the Board of Supervisors wants to keep cities whole and the residents in a city together in a single district. I feel that our city goals the same as the Advisory Committee and the Board of Supervisors. But I do not believe that the precinct cleanup map, which preserves the existing district boundaries, will achieve your objectives. Likewise, that map will relegate the residents as political orphans. Let me remind you that the city of South San Francisco is the fourth largest city in San Mateo County and the home of the largest concentration of biotech companies in the country. I do not want South San Francisco residents to be left with an unfair split between District 1 and District 5. A community equity map has been vetted through the advisory committee process. It is a result of the compromise between many disparate groups. I urge you to adopt the community equity map.
Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. Now it's Mayor Buenaventura from Daly City.
Good afternoon, supervisors. It's good to be here in front of you and to address you at this point. Let me just say that I think what has happened here has been a truly remarkable thing. For those supervisors who weren't or who didn't attend the district committee meetings, I think what you would have seen are people who were perhaps miles apart in the beginning, but who have slowly come together to arrive at a solution that we think is fair. And then you have that again when more maps were thrown out there at the last meeting, how the community has come back together again, working together to come up with a map that is fair for everybody. It's what the community wants. It's what your own people who you've chosen to serve on your district committee have voted for. So from the beginning, this process has been democratic, and a result has been democratic, and they have worked continuously. When there have been objections that have been made, when there have been grumblings been made about city splits, they've worked continuously to try to arrive at a solution that is workable. The committee has spoken, your committee has spoken. It is the will of the people that you adopt a community map. The community equity map is what we are all hopeful. Let us move forward and not backward today. That is our hope. That is the will of the people, and we hope you abide by it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor. Next is Joe Otidy. You gonna go real fast again, Joe? There's also a council. You're also on the school board.
I'm on the school board. Yes, I'm elected official of Jefferson Elementary School Board, and thank you again.
Where I once went as a
and
kid.
you were also a teacher there. Honorable supervisors, thank you for your time. My name is Joe Tidy, a citizen, community leader, taxpayer, and one of the lead plaintiffs, along with lead plaintiff Ray Satori, the only elected official as part of the 2011 lawsuit with San Mateo County that brought us here today. Most important, I'm an elected school board trustee of the Jefferson Elementary School District within San Mateo County. My district has 6,000 to 8,000 pre-kindergarten to 8th grades at any given time and consists of 65% Asian and Latino students with a very large immigrant population. They need an equal vote and an opportunity for an equal vote when they grow up. I'm here today again to reiterate the spirit of the lawsuit settlement. Ignoring the advisory committee's support of the community equity map will only reinforce that their voice doesn't count. We got here at the cost of $100,000 of consulting fees, almost $1 million in legal fees, and hundreds of hours of committee work. Today, we are here together for a chance to create voter equity for everybody within our county. There's no reason to reiterate what I said last time, but I think it's important for all of us to say that we must move forward. We're not changing things. We're evolving as a community. Our immigrant population is growing, and we need your help. Together, we can make our county a better place to live, work, and learn each day. Once again, my name is Joe Tidy, and I would like to thank Robert Rubin, Carolyn Sue, Joanna Cuevas, Ingram, Chris Punong Bayan, and all our supporters, and especially Supervisor Pine, who has alone supported the voter equity since the beginning. Supervisor Pine has supported the Asian and Latino voters, and I'm sure you will have our community support from now into the future. Thank you very much,
Thanks, Joe.
Supervisors.
Rob Chua, representing Assembly Member Phil Ting, followed by Barbara Arrieta.
President Horsley, honorable members of the board, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. The Assembly member wanted me to come out here. I'll be very brief. I'm just speaking in support of the process that has taken place. It's been amazing to be part of it. Our office has worked closely with stakeholders throughout the 6 months or so that we've been involved in. I can tell you that it has been excellent to see the kind of community work and coalition building that has taken place. So again, thank you for putting together the advisory committee. Their work has been excellent throughout the process, and so again, the support is for this process that the community has put its faith in. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Rob. Barbara Arrieta, and again, thank you, Barbara. Thank you for your service on the committee as well.
Well, thank you, President Horsley, board members, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Okada, Mr. Byers. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, I'm not quite sure. But I'm not sure of anything anymore. I'm not sure what procedure will dictate that I support. Because right now, I've been told some messages that decisions will be made after we speak. So I know that last time I was here, I supported the community map, I supported the equity map, and ostensibly, I would have supported the community equity map. However, I want to address the other things that have come through from Hillsborough and the Highlands Baywood Park, and I would like to see them be put back into District 1. And having said that, that would mean that there might be not the community equity I would be speaking to, but the equity B. However, in equity B, I think we have the Willows neighborhood put into District 3, and I'd like to see it go back into District 4. And so therefore, perhaps Barbara Arrieta is submitting the community reality map as the very last submission to the county. And I don't mean to be facetious, but I honestly really would like to see perhaps an extension of time, maybe no final decisions made, maybe no ordinance read, sorry about that. But I think what Mr. Rubin said, this is an arbitrary decision that can be adjusted. That's my understanding, I believe, of whatever conspired between the settlement and with the county. But because of everybody and because of the sincerity of everybody, I would like to see an extension of time for clarifications.
Thank you, Ms. Arrieta. We have two more speakers, Laura Martinez, followed by Virginia Chang Karali. And Laura is also are you the current mayor of East Palo Alto?
Last year I was. I'm a council member now.
Okay, you're
former mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on the redistricting committee. It was a wonderful experience. I'm here today to ask for your support in adopting the Equity B map or Community Equity map. I feel strongly about these maps because I witnessed a process where our community came together and voiced our opinions. Council members like myself throughout the county have been involved. Lots of community members have come out and attended many meetings all over the county. This has truly been a community-led process. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be heard, and thank Supervisors Tissier and Slocum for working with the committee. And I want to urge you to adopt the Equity B map or Community Unity map. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Martinez. And now Virginia Chang Karali, who's a member of the Menlo Park Fire District, followed by Annie Loya, who is also on the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I've heard from today's comments and even the comments from 2 weeks ago from some really wonderful residents who have spent so much time, especially from the advisory committee, which I know that the board put together. But I also want to remind everyone that there were 17 other citizens in San Mateo County who addressed this issue back in 2008 and 2009 on the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury. I was the foreperson at that time, and we issued an advisory letter. So today I just want to say that the board has an opportunity to lead with vision and to ensure that all people have a voice. And I believe that the community equity map and the equity B maps as an alternative would really be or should be adopted and would actually be in the spirit of not only the community's work, but also the grand jury's letter that was submitted to the Charter Review Committee. But I also want to remind everyone here that Measure B passed with 60% of the vote. So I think that with all of this combined, the community's work and the Measure B ballot measure passing, you would be doing the will of the people. And I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Karali. I want to welcome Annie Loya, who is an alternate to the district advisory committee.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the board again for allowing me to sit on the committee, and to all the committee members that took off from work or from school, from their daily chores to attend this meeting. And you can tell just by the spirit of the people in the room that they're really invested, and we've been really invested in this process in trying to ensure that it was fair, that we listened to the concerns of the county. For myself and Miss Martinez and I, driving from the South County all the way to the North County to the tip top, and all the way out to the West, to just make sure that we were inclusive and that we were listening to what all the issues were and concerns were. And here we are again before you, with all the work that we've completed with the help of the consultants as well, wanting to make sure and urge that the board listen to our cries, to the process and honoring this process. And part of this, I spoke at my last comment at our last meeting, was the spirit of this process, and wanting to make sure that we continue in that spirit today, and that the board is leading with vision, with insight, with foresight as well, in making sure that we adopt a map that is, again, inclusive. And that concludes my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loyal. Thanks very much for your comments and your participation as well. So, now time for board members for comments. I have one comment about this map that's currently on the screen here. Doug, do you have the disparity and the difference in the numbers of constituents in the districts? I know one of the concern was the percentage between the smaller district and a larger district should be much less than 10%.
Yes, in terms of the total population.
Is that honored?
Yes, it's about let me bring that back up. I think it's 4.5. Yeah, 4.56.
Okay.
So it falls in about the middle of the plans we're looking at.
Okay. So, comments? Supervisor Slocum?
Yeah, I just wanted to start with one question of Mr. Bowman, if he's still here. No, just, well, maybe for the record.
You should come up to the mic. Is that yours?
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. In your remarks, you referred to a Bellhaven or Willows report that you recently became aware of, and
there was a report, and it was on the website of the advisory committee, and it was published, I believe, in late June, and it was a coalition of community groups that said what the community of interest was, and it included basically East Menlo, Willows, East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks, and then parts of Redwood City. And then they listed all the organizations that provide community services and nonprofits and churches that were in those areas. And I'm sorry I don't have the report with me, but it's on the website of the advisory committee.
Yeah, it seems to me now that you mentioned that I recall that. And who was that authored by?
I think Carolyn Sue would be able to tell.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment also about this. I appreciate Barbara's comments about, what did she call it? Community reality or something. In any event, I share some of those comments that she made, but regarding the delay part, or needing more time to consider this map, which I haven't seen the community equity map. I don't know if you all have, but other than just today. But I'm wondering, or I just wanted to say that let's not forget, while November 5th may be negotiable under the terms of the agreement, that the registrar of voters also needs some amount of time to analyze and prepare those lines and double check and make sure that all of that process is correct. So I think that leads me to the fact that we are entering an election cycle, and while I have forgotten
some of the filing dates, it seems like always in December, signatures in lieu of process starts, and then actual candidate filing in February or March. So I have, I guess I have 2 points there. One, to the point of, the November 5th sanctity, and then two, the process that the registrar would use, and how much time that might take in all of this.
If maybe I can make a quick comment, and then it looks like assessor, clerk recorder, chief elections official, Church could jump in. But I mean, I've heard, I guess, 2 or 3 references to a possible continuance from the November 5th date, and that is a contract, I would agree, between the county, really the parties, not the lawyers, the county of San Mateo and the individual plaintiffs in the lawsuit. But there were several practical there are probably several practical concerns that the Board of Supervisors would need to consider if it were inclined to agree to amend the settlement agreement to achieve more time. Probably the chief concern is one that would lie with the elections office, as you point out, Supervisor Slocum. November 5th, again, which was the date that was negotiated as part of the settlement agreement, was not an arbitrary date. Despite that representation, it was not arbitrary at all. It was a very well thought out, very well considered date. In fact, at the time, we talked to Mark's office to determine when the last date would be for the elections office to really operationalize any new map or new plan that the board might decide on. And so the view at the time was that was about the sort of like the drop dead date where they can really get ramped up and operationalized. The other issue was considered at the time was sort of the need to provide fundamentally fair amount of notice to potential candidates who might consider running for June, so that they could know what their district is, so they can do what they need to do to consider running for office. So those are a couple of the major practical considerations at the time. There are other considerations as well, but those are some things you might keep in mind. But Mr. Church may have some additional comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Slocum, for bringing that issue up. Mark Church, Chief Elections Officer and County Assessor Clerk Recorder. We really do need to have a map adopted by November 5. We have an election coming up. Candidate filings begin in December. We are going to have to redraw the precinct lines and input that data in the database. It's a huge amount of work. It has to be done accurately, and it needs to be checked and double checked. So we had been in communication with County Council on this issue. I have with me today David Ton, Elections Manager, who has discussed this issue with County Council, as I have. This really is a drop-dead date as far as elections is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tessier?
Yes. First off, I want to thank everyone that came today to give us additional input. And I also want to say there's been a lot of input that's been given to us, whether it's been emails, letters, people out in the street telling us what they'd like to see. And, there's a lot of communities of interest we talked about at the last meeting. I had certainly asked to take a look at some maps, amending, both the equity map and community unity map to see what would happen if we left some of the larger cities whole or as close to whole as possible. And, as I said in the first meeting, the hardest part today, if we do decide on something, is, someone's not going to be happy. We're not going to be able to make everybody happy in this process. And as I look at the map that's here, and then I look at some of the maps that we had asked Mr. Johnson to do, there's actually 2 maps that stand out to me that I would like the board to consider, because I do think they take into consideration, they're not blended together like this, because this actually did not do what I had asked to see. And I do think, you talk about some of the largest cities, San Mateo being the second largest city in the county. I thought it was important that those communities of interest stay whole as well. And when Mr. Johnson did lay out some what I would call amendments to both those, or adjustments to both the equity map and the community unity map, they're actually fairly similar. I would like to make a recommendation to my board that we, and I know several people today, as well as wanting the community equity, also felt the equity B map would be agreeable as well. And then there's a lot of people from the Highlands that have contacted us, that we've had contacts in the previous meeting. So what I'm looking at today is all the comments we've had over time, not just the actual comments for today. And if I had to choose where I would go today, I would choose the Equity B map, because I think that takes into consideration all of the comments that have been made by people from all the different districts. Now, again, that still doesn't make some people happy, because it still will split some cities. So I just want to make those comments, because I think it's probably, even though it splits cities, I do still think it's probably one of the more equitable ways of dividing these maps. So that would just be my comment.
Did you have two maps or just
Supervisor
that
Pye?
one?
You have a
Okay.
question? Supervisor Pye?
I have a number of comments. On? Okay. I have a number of comments I'd like to make before kind of getting into the various maps, just because I've heard a lot from the audience at this meeting and the prior meeting, and this is something I've thought about a lot for the last 5 years. So I would like to just make a couple comments on principles. You know, has been an incredibly long process, and remember, there's been two processes. The first process was the process of moving from an at-large system to a district election system. Now, that process, I know my involvement goes back 5 years on that. It goes back to 2008. And there were civil grand juries, there were charter commission reviews, there were plenty of discussion by this board and prior boards, and that was a big process. Then we've spent 5 or 6 months on this map drawing, and that's been a much more concentrated process, but also a very intense one. So, you know, it's undisputable that we've had a lot of citizen participation in both of those processes. A lot of people did go to the district advisory committees. A lot of people have come to our 2 board meetings. But I don't feel comfortable characterizing, the work of the advisory committee as the will of the people. I mean, no process is perfect. This recent map that has kind of been brought forth today, to clarify, wasn't formally approved by the committee. The committee is no longer, I don't, Supervisor Tissier and Supervisor Slocum weren't involved in that discussion. I mean, it's absolutely fine that some subset of the committee brought it forward. It's fine, but it's not the committee. And also, it's important. Again, I just think it's important, somewhat for the record. This is also a negotiated committee. The membership of this committee was negotiated in part to settle the lawsuit. So, that had some bearing. And we also have to remember that some of the votes, like for example, whether to bring the precinct map back, was a 5-4 split. So there's been like any process, it has different faces. And our job here is to try to do what's best for the whole county. And the hardest thing I find about being an elected official is to try to keep that in mind, and not, it's not always just the people in the room, it's everybody. And that's our job. So that's how I try to look at it. Secondly, I want to reiterate the historic importance of district elections, because I think that is really kind of faded from our focus. I mean, we have made a big change in how supervisors are going to be elected in this county. And now, regardless of what map we adopt, the political landscape has fundamentally changed. So now a respected local citizen, whether they be Asian, Hispanic, or Caucasian, or anyone else, if they have some record of involvement in the community and they're willing to work hard in a campaign, they have a good shot at winning, even if they don't have big built-in name recognition or big built-in fundraising. That's a big change. That opens up the process to everyone, regardless of how these maps come out. Thirdly, the data that we've seen here, I think, should give us some great pride in our county. We've seen data about how Measure B was voted on, analyzed under different maps, under different scenarios. And it was remarkable that the percentages in favor of Measure B were unchanged across all these different maps. I think that this community does not vote along racial lines, and I think that's something we can be really proud of. I believe the data strongly supports that. 2 more points. I think it's also important to point out that there has been a convergence of between the unity map and the equity map. And what those maps do to a certain degree is they try to consolidate more people of color and more people with lower incomes in certain districts and consolidate more Caucasians and more people with greater income in other districts. And that's a completely, that's, people are free to make that case. But I don't know if, I think there's also kind of another perspective on that. I mean, we live in a society right now where there's an incredible, income stratification. And, we're all getting separated in our current silos, particularly along income lines. It deeply concerns me. And, I don't know if this direction, it seems to compound that on a certain level to me. So I understand the argument for it, but I think there's another perspective. And then finally, I wanted just to speak about diversity on the board of supervisors. All things being equal, if you have an equal group of candidates, we should have more diversity on the board. No question about it. We're only 40% Caucasian in this county. But for that to happen, it's going to take a lot more than how we draw these lines. First, registration and voting by minority groups has to increase. The electorate today does not reflect the population of the county. So that has to change. And then strong candidates from minority communities, have to, put in the work and step up and to do that. And there are many out there that I see as future members of this board in the years ahead. So to the extent that, that's a focus, there are some other things here that we need to keep in account. So now that I have that all off my chest, I can go back to the maps.
Thank you. Well said. Supervisor Group? No? None. I think you cover a lot of territory there, so I won't go through it. I could, either the map that's on the screen now or a Community Unity B, I think are pretty good. One thing I like Community Unity B mostly because it does Community Unity B. It does unite San Mateo, and the split in South San Francisco is, I think, significantly improved. It's 71.9%, and then to D5 is 28.1%. So I think it accomplishes much of what we tried to do of trying to minimize the splits.
Adrian, you prefer Equity B, though?
As I mentioned earlier, the two maps that struck me as accomplishing, sort of the broader spectrum was either the Equity B map or the Community Unity B map. Both of them were amended. They have a lot in there of what was there before, but it took into consideration what I felt were a lot of the comments by a lot of the individuals over the entire time. So either one of those maps, to me, makes significant changes, but at the same time covers the majority, a broader spectrum of those that spoke.
So, okay, so we have a lot of different thoughts on this. Do I have a motion on any particular map?
Well, I think I'm happy to make a motion. I guess the question I would ask, maybe for discussion between those, at least those two maps that I think cover the broader spectrum, is in one map you don't split San Carlos, and the other map you do split San Carlos. There's very little difference in some respects, and then Menlo Park's a little bit different. So I would make a. Okay.
Hey, before we make a motion, I'd like to also at least discuss Community Unity C.
Which one?
Community Unity C, which. Okay. So basically, it appears at this point we have the three hybrids that are kind of under consideration. I want to talk briefly to the South City San Bruno split. And I would appreciate my colleagues' thoughts on this one as well. So this is a tough situation for me because I represent District 1, which includes currently 54% of South San Francisco and 100% of San Bruno. And there's a proposal to put additional population from South City into District 1. See, on the one hand, there's been a great, we've heard constantly, don't split cities, don't split cities. We would have to split San Bruno to increase the South City population. On the other side of the coin, South City is the 4th largest city, and they want more voting power in the district. They're not asking to have their whole city put in the district. And they're also split in the Assembly and the Senate, so they're split elsewhere. So those are kind of the two sides of the coin on that.
Yeah.
Before I kind of weigh in on that, if any of my colleagues have any thoughts on it, I'd love to hear them. But I think it's a hard call. I think it's a legitimate argument on both sides.
It is. And I guess my major reason really is because the South City split is I just think is better in terms of there's more people in D1 as opposed to the community unity C. It does split San Bruno, which is unfortunate, but the split to me is a reasonable split. I mean, it's not great, but any other comments about community unity B or the community unity equity map?
Well, if nobody's going to speak up, I'm happy to
Okay,
speak
well,
up, but.
so are you going to make a motion then?
Yeah, I'm
Supervisor
gonna,
Tessier?
I think what I'd like to do is make a motion to adopt the Community Unity B map, which is very similar to the Equity B map, but, and move that forward if that's the pleasure. It doesn't split quite as many cities as the Equity B does, if I'm
So it's
correct.
community, okay, so I'm going to second Community Unity B.
And for reference, Mr. President, that is Exhibit 2 in
Exhibit
terms
2.
of the ordinance language.
Okay.
So the motion would be Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
And I believe the board had also indicated that it was inclined to direct staff to make non-substantive changes that would eliminate the sliver precincts, the mail-only ballot precincts.
Correct.
Yes.
So that would be included.
Okay. So, any discussion on this?
Just one quick question.
Supervisor Slocum?
Could you just refresh my memory, Mr. Johnson, about what Community Unity B, where it splits Menlo Park? Is it El Camino or Bay Road or Middlefield or?
It's El Camino down there, Lincoln.
All right, thank you.
A roll call vote on this?
Supervisor Slocum?
Aye.
Supervisor Pine?
Aye.
Supervisor Groon?
Yes.
Supervisor Tissier?
Aye.
President Horsley?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for all your comments. I appreciate all your comments. And appreciate for coming. We will now go back to the county manager's report number 8, except this report. It's a wrap-up for the first year of 2013-14 state legislative session.
Mr. President, members of the board, this year, as the signing period for the bills ended on October 13th, the governor acted on all bills before him. I'm pleased to provide you with this update. AB 260, a county-sponsored bill authored by Assemblymember Gordon, which extended the highly successful child care subsidy pilot program for an additional 5 years, was signed by the governor. We had hoped for a permanent extension, but certainly 5 years gives us continued time and a great deal of flexibility with respect to the application of child care funds, and hopefully during that period of time we can work with our legislative delegation and the governor for a permanent extension of those rules. I would very much like to thank Assemblymember Gordon and his very capable staff, particularly Ellen Hu, for her hard work in getting this bill signed by the governor. I'd also like to thank the staff of the County Office of Education, especially Superintendent Campbell and Nirmala Dillman, that provided the county's legislative team with invaluable expertise and support during this process. So how did we do during the legislative session? We won some, we lost some, which is the usual case, but I think overall counties fared reasonably well. The governor signed a number of bills that will positively impact the county operations, including cleanup legislation that was requested by counties for the Affordable Care Act. Also, there is a list of a number of important bills in the area of public safety, employee relations, and health and human services that is included in your report that received favorable action by the legislature and the governor. Just a brief update on the federal shutdown. The good news is that the shutdown is over. The bad news is the shutdown is over for the time being. Come January and February, we get to witness, I'm sure, the replay of this all over again. I can't resist an editorial comment that most of us learned in elementary school how to get along and compromise with others, and it just seems to be a lesson that has escaped certain members of the Congress. Hopefully they can quickly get a refresher course in elementary school and relearn that lesson. Otherwise, there have been difficulties, as the board is well aware, on a nationwide basis with the rollout of the Affordable Care Act. I'm pleased to say that after a couple of days, that was a little bit difficult in California. The California rollout has gone remarkably well. Due in part, I want to credit the governor and the state legislature and the Department of Health for all the great work that they did in setting up the California Insurance Exchange. Our call volumes and our staffing continue to process calls within 30 seconds, and we continue to get people to the right place to get them the information they need and the forms to sign up. So I think California, once again, will be the leader in the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, and I think all of us as Californians can be very proud of that, and our county is certainly playing its role in that. If you have any questions, Mr. President and members of the board, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'm betting that we don't have any questions. I'm going to go into a one speaker, Marty Fox. And Marty, you have one on number 9 as well, so why don't you do both at the same time?
Thank you very much, President Horsley. Good afternoon again, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Holland, and Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county. As wonderfully short as the report may be, it omits a discussion of the practical effect of the technical language of Senate Bill 585. Senate Bill 585 is important because it once again places emphasis on using Mental Health Services Act, or millionaires' tax money, on mental illnesses following the release of the state auditor's indictment of the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission's abdication of its responsibilities that have led to the misuse of MHSA prevention and early intervention funds for things like promoting yoga classes. San Mateo County spent $150,000 to give to the inventor of the neurosequential model of therapeutics. He promotes yoga classes. Senate Bill 585 is also important because it reveals the intellectual and moral bankruptcy of the federally funded consumer legal advocates who have misrepresented the scope of use that Mental Health Services Acts may be put to. Even though Senate Bill 585 reveals their blatantly self-serving misrepresentations for all the world to see, they continue to dress themselves up in a high-sounding name, Disability Rights California, when actually they wear no clothes at all. San Mateo County's $23.4 million FY 2013-14 MHSA budget, however, continues to be used, actually hidden, by the health system. Otherwise, I'm sure we'd have reason to celebrate some success on your agenda. That is the end of my first set of remarks. The Marine Corps muster at the Department of Veterans Affairs at the Palo Alto Healthcare System was rescheduled from this upcoming Saturday, and it's now scheduled to take place on Saturday, February 8th, due to the recent federal government shutdown. Governor Brown signed 3 more bills on October 11th that affect county operations and employees that were not mentioned in the county manager's legislative report. SB 400 prohibits employers of domestic and sexual assault victims, as well as victims of stalking, from firing or discriminating against them. SB 400 also requires employers of domestic and sexual assault or stalking victims to provide reasonable accommodations, such as implementing a workplace safety plan, relocating the desk of a victim, or changing the phone number upon request. SB 127 requires a licensed psychotherapist whose patient makes a serious threat of violence against a reasonably identifiable victim or victims to report that threat to local police within 1 day. Then police must notify the State Department of Justice within 1 day of receiving the report. AB 1131 extends for 5 years the current 6-month-long prohibition from owning firearms that applies to persons who describe a credible threat of violence to a psychotherapist. The theme that these bills have in common is that they all seek to regulate the conduct of employers and psychotherapists. However, they are promoted under the labels of victims' rights and gun control. The family members of persons living with mental illness who do not understand their need to seek treatment voluntarily are often victims of domestic violence. The family members of persons living with mental illness who do not understand their need to seek treatment voluntarily often hear their loved ones describe a credible threat of violence to themselves or others. If we must engage in this mislabeling, then please think about victims' rights and gun control and vote to implement Laura's Law.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Board members report. Do you have a report, Supervisor Pine, Supervisor Slocum, Supervisor Tessier?
Yes, I do. First off, we don't do this very often, but I do want to compliment Jim Porter, Joe Lococo, and Diana Shu. If you recall, at one of our meetings, we had an issue around street sweeping in Broadmoor. So we had a very lively evening meeting at the Broadmoor Property Association, but it was very, very helpful. I think we walked away with a lot of good information, a lot of concerns from the residents, and I think it ended up being a very productive meeting. So I really want to thank them. They did an excellent job of explaining the situation, and I think we're going to come up with a solution for them that I think will make everybody happy. The second thing I just want to remind the Seniors on the Move is Monday, November 4th at the San Mateo County Event Center. It's the 26th Annual Seniors on the Move Conference, and registration forms have been distributed to senior centers in our county, and anyone can either call my office or Congressman Spears' office if they need something mailed to them. Second, the Children's Fund holiday drive is well underway. So last year we provided about 3,800 gifts to children in our community, and it really relies on the support of our community and county employees who contribute their time, money, or gifts. So if you can help with any of this, please feel free. The Holiday Central has moved to 550 Quarry Road, the second floor in San Carlos. And if you have any questions, the Children's Fund number is 802-5152. And the second thing I wanted to raise is we were at a conference in San Diego recently, Supervisor Horsley and myself, Mr. President, and it was all around the whole issue of information sharing. And we were there with the Office of Education, individuals, law enforcement, and behavioral health, as well as our attorneys. And we went through a series of issues regarding trying to share information in order to help children who run into difficulties at school around behavioral health and all. And we didn't come out exactly with an answer, but we did get some, yet again, lively conference. So hopefully we'll continue to work on that with our county council and come up with some form of resolution where we can, in fact, share information that can be helpful for our children. And the last thing I wanted to do was adjourn in memory of Gary Paul Lang. He died from natural causes September 26, 2013. He was a veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, served as a journalist in Hawaii, had a Bachelor's of Arts degree and an Associate of Arts degree. He was a former resident of Burlingame. He had a successful career as president of Pitco International in South San Francisco. He also taught an evening class at City College of San Francisco. He did, before he retired, he had been a former member of the Burlingame Lions Club. He is survived by his sons Peter Lang and Timothy Lang, as well as 3 brothers, a sister, and his former wife Sandra Lang. So our sympathies go out to the Lang family upon his death. And with that, Mr. President, I believe I have covered all my items.
The only comment I was going to make is just to thank both you and Warren for your service with the District Advisory Committee. It was 10 meetings. There's a lot of additional work, and I think it eventually came out, I think, pretty equitably. Not everybody will be happy, but I think we did as good a job as possibly done, and I think a lot of it's due to the work that both of you did.
It's really incredible how much time you had to put in, and also county council just did yeoman's task. We left no stone unturned, and the process couldn't have been more robust.
I thought your comments were great. Thank you. Okay. We have to now adjourn to closed session. Mr. Maltby, John, is John Byers coming? Should be. Okay. Well, we are back on the air, but we are actually returning from closed session, and I will have Mr. Byers report on that a little later. But for now, we're going to go on to our study session. It has to do with traffic on Alpine Road. And Mr. Porter, the Director of Public Works.
Thank you, President Horsley, members of the board, and Mr. Maltby. Public Works is reporting back on an item that the board requested that the department look at in terms of restricting truck traffic on Alpine Road within the unincorporated county area. The map before you shows Interstate 280, and it's a little bit difficult to see, but that map shows Alpine Road, which runs approximately north-south near the middle of the screen. On the upper side, upper left-hand corner, to the north of Alpine is Sand Hill Road. That's an alternative route into the Palo Alto and Menlo Park area. And to the south on I-280, the next southern intersection is Page Mill Road, and that basically provides access into Palo Alto from I-280. Your board requested that the department take a look at restricting trucks on Alpine Road. So in doing that, we've done some preliminary traffic studies to take a look at what the existing conditions are. We took a look at 7 intersections within the area. And just to orient yourself, Alpine Road runs north-south on the right-hand side of that map. And Sand Hill Road, which is one of the most likely alternate options if we ban trucks, runs generally in an east-west direction through the middle of the screen. So we looked at those 7 intersections, basically 2 intersections at the interchange, 2 intersections each at the interchange of 280 and Alpine and at the interchange at Sand Hill. And then we looked at intersections up at Santa Cruz Avenue and Alameda/Foothill Expressway. And then we also looked at a 3rd intersection at Alpine Road and the Alpine Road Access Road. And here's what we found, basically. Those are traffic counts at the different intersections. And so when we looked at the traffic counts, we basically found, this is for a 10-hour study, by the way, we counted for 10 hours. If you look at the total truck volumes, we're seeing somewhere between 2 and 3% of the vehicles on Alpine Road being trucks. Stanford University actually engaged the consultant that did a parallel study with ours, and their findings were somewhat consistent. They found a volume that was a little bit less than what we found. They're somewhere around 1.5% truck traffic on Alpine Road. In terms of the intersection level of service that is in this impacted area, the intersection of Sand Hill Road and Santa Cruz Avenue, which is up on the north side there, that receives quite a bit of traffic. It's currently operating at LOS E, which is almost as bad as F. It's very close to F in terms of a bad level of service in the morning. And in the afternoon, it is operating at LOSF. For those of you that are familiar with that intersection, it's a very large intersection and it's basically built out. So at night, it's operating at capacity, and actually there's more vehicles in there than the intersection has to efficiently operate in terms of its existing capacity. Along Alpine Road, you're seeing acceptable levels of service, although they're not exceptional, with the exception of the Alpine Access Road, which provides access to SLAC, which is the Stanford Linear Accelerator Complex in there. And then you get to the interchange of Alpine Road and I-280. And that interchange is basically operating at level of service F, both in the AM and PM. So what we did was we also did an origin destination study. And what that is basically we set up video cameras, or our consultants did, and looked at where these trucks are going. And we found that somewhere in the neighborhood of 20% of the trips, the truck trips that go on that Alpine Road corridor, have a legitimate destination along that corridor. So what that means is 20% of the trucks are making deliveries along the corridor, or they're going to SLAC, which is also a point of delivery for these trucks. So even if we were to implement a truck prohibition on Alpine Road, you would still see 20% of those trucks legitimately on that road. The vehicle code does not allow you to restrict trucks on a segment that has a destination within that segment. So in doing this work, we also contacted neighboring agencies. And in your agenda packet, you'll see some of the comments. But they're all fairly consistent. Each of the jurisdictions is requesting that we do more studies. And basically what they'd like to see is, if we restrict trucks on Alpine Road, how are these trips going to impact the intersections on the roads that the trucks will likely divert to? Now, there's really only two options. It's Sand Hill Road or Page Mill Road. And the more likely destination is Sand Hill, because it tends to get you at the same location as Alpine Road would. Excuse me. As I mentioned, that intersection currently is operating in LOSF. And I know the city of Menlo Park has expressed concerns about what will that additional truck volume do if we add that to that intersection. Now, granted, we're not talking about a whole lot of trucks. The total volumes were somewhere between 250 and 350 trucks per day on Alpine. And if 20% of those are legitimate trips within there, we're not talking about a lot of trucks. We're talking about 200 trucks. But if we put 200 additional vehicles in that intersection, it will definitely cause operations to decline. And then if you take that a step further, you look at what can you do to mitigate that location. And in talking internally with our staff, it's not clear what that mitigation could even be. The right-of-way at that intersection is entirely built out. It's not as if we can widen the roadway to add another lane. There simply is not enough real estate there for us to do that. And obviously buying land in that area is cost prohibitive. So what staff is bringing before you is a request for direction, because we're getting at a point now where if we were to implement the studies requested from the jurisdictions, we will begin spending what we consider significant amounts of money. If we take it a step further and we continue along the lines of mitigation, we're not quite sure what that would be, but it could get extremely expensive depending upon what those mitigation measures are. We have talked to the jurisdictions. We do have representatives here from CHP, Caltrans, Menlo Park. I'm not sure if Portola Valley's here, but Portola Valley's here. So we do have members of each agency in case your board has questions of those jurisdictions. I think just from a pure intuitive standpoint, it's not clear to us the benefits of going forward with these additional studies, what those would be at this time. It seems obvious that there will be impacts at Sand Hill and Santa Cruz, and we don't know what that mitigation measure would be if you could mitigate. The other issue with Alpine Road and restricting trucks is that the northern portion of this road actually is within the city of Menlo Park. So in order to restrict trucks between Juniper-Serra Boulevard, which is also Foothill Expressway, and I-280, we would need concurrence from the city of Menlo Park to do that because a portion of that roadway is within their jurisdiction. And it's not clear at this time if they would approve that, considering what the impacts to the other intersection that is within their jurisdiction, which is the Santa Cruz Sand Hill intersection. So we do have those representatives here, and we're asking your direction on whether you would like us to proceed at this point with additional studies. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Let me just ask one quick question first about when Stanford actually did a lot of the expansion of the hospital as well. So there was other building that Stanford did as well. In the EIR, did we ever ask for any kind of mitigation for increased traffic along Alpine Road?
Oh, we did, and
I mean,
I'm getting a nod from Diana Shu of our staff. Would you like to?
What did we ask for or get or?
What's come up in?
For example, I know the city of Redwood City, because of the expansion of a lot of the Stanford, their administrative offices and perhaps even so the outpatient offices received something in the neighborhood about 19 million or so for traffic mitigation and.
We did not receive any mitigation measures. We did have questions during the period in which they had their EIR. We submitted our comments and questions to them. But basically they said to us, you know, even though we are increasing the number of vehicles on Alpine, they were planning to have shuttle buses and other measures to handle that load. Our response to that was we don't believe that that is adequate, and at that point they dropped it. So we also asked them to look at additional intersections along Alpine to see what the impacts will be. And again, you can see it in the report. Their final EIR has their comments and responses to our questions.
Where would you have asked for signalization?
They had actually identified it in their report that signalization was required at the 280 and Alpine intersections. They had identified that as meeting warrants and also at a level of service of F. So they knew that that intersection needed work. However, their opinion was that since it was already a level of service of F, there was no mitigation measures required at that time.
And we concurred?
No, we did not concur.
Oh. Okay, and the shuttle buses, are they operating?
Well, the project is still under construction, so the shuttle buses will come eventually.
Okay.
But I'd also like to point out, in addition to the trips generated by Stanford, this is also a main access road into Menlo Park and Palo Alto. So there will still be trips coming off of I-280 that are outside of the hospital EIR discussion.
I understand. I'm going to point out that, you know, for the residents around Alpine Road, this used to be like a country lane. And I think what's happened is it becomes a major thoroughfare. And I think that that's the issue, is that this road really wasn't meant to be like Sand Hill or Page Mill. It isn't what it used to be years ago. And there needs to be something. Supervisor Pine?
Questions. So when we talk about the trucks, the 250 to 350 truck trips, so what constitutes a truck? Like, you know, there's big trucks and there's smaller trucks. Like a UPS truck is a little different than a truck moving gravel. And is there more data on how these trucks break out?
Through the president, we were a bit more liberal in our observation of trucks. We considered anything larger than a UPS-sized truck as a truck. FHWA actually has classifications of trucks, and if the gentleman from Fair and Piers is going to speak, I believe there's between 6 and 10 classifications. 13 classifications of trucks, and when Fair and Piers did their analysis was consistent with the definition of trucks that FHWA uses. Our accounting or our definition of a truck was a little bit more liberal,
Yeah,
and that's why you see our volumes a little bit higher.
Maybe it's in here and I didn't have a chance to read it, but I just wonder if there's, we can draw some distinctions, but these big trucks that move the gravel got to be a lot, that are intended for construction, I assume a lot more burdensome than some other trucks. And I don't know, I'd like to see how that breaks down at some point.
We agree. I mean, the large 18-wheeler trucks are certainly more burdensome than the large box trucks, let's say. There are going to continue to be those legitimate trips within the slack, but you're right. I don't have the breakdown with me. That would be something that I'm sure Fair and Piers has as part of their report, which I haven't actually physically read yet. I saw the letter from Stanford that we received last night.
And then my second question, and maybe to council, is, I've kind of been wrestling with this idea of, how the county kind of interplays with, major development projects. We have two examples cited today. So one was Stanford is doing a major expansion of its facilities in Redwood City. And the city of Redwood, it's in the geography of Redwood City, and Redwood City negotiated with them and ended up getting mitigations and dollars. And it's not really clear to me, being somewhat of a novice as a planner, how adjacent jurisdictions kind of get in on the action, so to speak, because same thing with the Stanford Hospital construction. I mean, they're not being built on our land, but it does impact us, and it's never been really clear to me legally, what our rights are there, or whether it's it changes in every situation, or next time one of these comes up, whether we need to do something differently. I just I don't understand the kind of the lay of the land when it comes to projects in other jurisdictions that impact unincorporated San Mateo.
Right. I mean, it obviously depends on the situation and the project at hand. I mean, depending on who has jurisdiction and what our jurisdiction or legal role is as a permitting or regulatory authority versus, so really, it's hard to answer your question in a vacuum without knowing what particular project is in hand. But
Let me take a shot at it. The two projects that were mentioned, the one in Redwood City, the city had permit authority, could deny the permit. That is a lot more leverage in negotiating with a potential developer than the Stanford Hospital, which the county had no permit authority, except that at the end of the day, if the county did not like the result of the EIR, and John can comment on this, I suppose we could have sued over the EIR and forced mitigation through a lawsuit.
Before you do that, I want to make a point that we're not really blaming just Stanford. This is really kind of a regional issue. This really is if you will, it's kind of a shortcut for trucks, whether it's in construction at Stanford or Menlo Park. So it really is. This is really a regional issue between the county, Menlo Park, the state, Caltrans, and Stanford. Supervisor Tessier?
No, I was just going to say, one of the ways I know we could comment on some projects that may not be in our jurisdiction is to put some heavy emphasis as the EIR comes out, especially if it needs to have a traffic analysis, because if they do that and they indicate things like this, there should be some mitigation that goes with it. And I'm not just talking Stanford either, depending on all the different impacts. So, I think at an early stage for some projects, we should be looking at what we think some of the potential impacts could be and try to make sure those kind of studies get into an EIR, and not a negative deck or things like that, and really, put more emphasis on our comments in an EIR, I think probably would be helpful too. So it's just one opportunity for sure.
And there are many examples where we do that. Mm-hmm. I can name 2 or 3 right now where we do play that role.
Right.
So. Any other comments? I don't know if any of the representatives from Menlo Park or Stanford or Portola Valley or want to speak, or the California Highway Patrol. Yes?
Good afternoon, President, Supervisors. I'm Chip Taylor, the Public Works Director with the City of Menlo Park. So I just wanted to reiterate just a few of our comments. At this time, we haven't taken this to our City Council right now. We're currently just trying to gather data so that if it does proceed forward, then we would bring it to our council as a policy discussion topic. As Jim indicated, we would be interested to understand the traffic impacts associated with this. When you look at the traffic volumes there is a pretty good split between Alpine and Sandhill as far as the trucks. And so with especially Sandhill and Santa Cruz being at that level of service F, only a few vehicles can sometimes really push it into more significant delay there. So we would be concerned with additional traffic at that intersection and how that would impact there. One of the other points is our traffic impact analysis guidelines. When we do development and we look at environmental documents, the threshold is very low for what is an impact. And so we would need to use those through the traffic analysis, so that's critical for us. Ultimately, one of the other components that is a concern is noise. We currently receive complaints from our residents on just the existing trucks that are there about the noise of those trucks. And I know there's probably similar complaints on Alpine as well. But if we were to move all of those trucks to Sandhill, I know our residents that live along Sandhill would also have concern. So we would need to understand those noise impacts in order to bring it forward. So I just wanted to reiterate some of those for your thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you.
You go ahead.
Just a quick question for Jim. A couple of things, you know, with the construction at Stanford, and then you had the pipeline issues with PG&E and all. Is there a time frame when all that will be over with, and would that make a huge difference in the number of trucks, or lessening the number of trucks over time?
Through the president, we've been working with Stanford and PG&E to try to have their trucks, their truckers use different routes, and they've made a point of telling their contractors to do that. When the Stanford Hospital job's done and PG&E is out of there, there's going to continue to be construction in the Menlo Park Palo Alto area. So although that destination will go away, something else will come up. So I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of difference. And when you really boil this down, I wanted to respond to a comment that Supervisor Horsley made, President Horsley made. There's between 15,000 and 16,000 vehicles a day on that road. We're seeing about 250 to 350 of those being trucks. So even if you could take all the trucks off the road and just have cars there, you're still going to have 15,000 and change cars on that road. I mean, one of the ways to make things a little bit better out there is to do work on that interchange at 280 and Alpine. Because as we know during the PM peak especially, traffic backs up along Alpine for quite a distance. That is something that might help to relieve some of the congestion that you see and some of the trouble that residents have getting out of some of those side streets. That won't solve the volume problem. I think the Bay Area has grown to such an extent that those volumes are going to stay fairly consistent. But I just think that in terms of the original question, once these kind of major construction projects are done that we're talking about, there will be something else somewhere that's going to pop up.
Can I just ask you one follow-up question? When you talk about the interchange at 280 and Alpine and that it backs up so far, has there been a project actually identified that has gone to CCAG, which is on any wish list to move itself forward to get funding to do something like that?
Through the President, I'm not aware of any project at this point. If it's the desire of the board, we can certainly develop an application for the next cycle of funding for that.
Okay, and do you have any sense of cost, or is that probably a little too tough to call?
It'll be probably between $500,000 and $800,000, depending upon the extent of the improvements, because what you're looking at is essentially the on and off ramps on both sides of I-280. And if we're forced to signalize both locations, it's like putting in two traffic signals. And then you'd have to interconnect those signals, and you'd have to look at the geometry of the ramps to see if you might have to widen those ramps to be able to provide all the turning movement so that it doesn't stack up on the freeway. So it could get rather expensive, and that's why we would seek grant funds to do it.
And you still need to have funds, I guess, to do study. Same time, I assume it's same study and design, and have some idea about what kind of impact it would have on traffic.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Slocum?
Could I just ask a question, please? I wasn't sure when Diana was speaking about how the interaction with Stanford University resolves itself, or maybe it didn't. You said that with the shuttle they dropped, or the idea was dropped, I guess, and maybe Stanford University wants to comment, but I wasn't sure how that story progresses.
Diana can answer this, but just in terms of how the comments work on EIRs, especially when another jurisdiction is the permitting agency, agencies that are affected are allowed to comment on these EIRs, which we do. So we comment on them. The applicant is then required to address those comments and take them or leave them, depending upon whether they feel they're legitimate or not, and whether their actions can be supported by data. So I think we did our due diligence, but I think Diana can probably follow up on that.
I think Jim basically identified the way that it works is on any EIR, if we make comments, then the applicant has a chance to respond to those comments, and he can say, these are the things that we're going to mitigate for, or he can say, these are mitigations, but there's no way that we can change the impact. So, for instance, if it's construction trucks, and there's a lot of them, those are unavoidable impacts, but they're also temporary. And so depending on how they review the questions that we pose to them and say, you know, we're concerned about the volumes, they came back and said, well, we're going to put in shuttles. That was their solution to our question. I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Jim?
Supervisor Horsley, actually, the representative from Farron Pierce worked on that AIR, so perhaps he can provide some insight on how actually the consultant addressed the comments.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Robert Eccles from Farron Pierce. We didn't actually work on the EIR, but we were reviewing the EIR for Stanford, so we're very familiar with what went on. And it wasn't just shuttles. Stanford and the hospital committed to a much broader transportation demand management program, which included allowing employees to use the Go Pass, which is a Caltrain, pass that they can use anytime they want to, basically. And so it was through a very collective set of actions that they were saying that they could reduce the amount of volume generated by the new development. So the Go Pass actually was implemented early because of the construction and some of the congestion there, and where we were hoping to see about a 15% shift to Go Passes. They exceeded, and that was over several years. They've actually exceeded that already because employees really enjoy it. I can answer a couple of your questions earlier. One thing I would note is that the county collected 10 hours of data, and the data that we did was actually for a 24-hour period, which is more common. And so when we looked at our 10-hour counts and compared them with the counties, we were at about 1.5% trucks, and they were around 2%, where your data was around 2%. When we looked at the full 24-hour period, and this was over a 5-day count period, we actually saw that the trucks represented like 1% of the traffic. In part, that's because the county count stopped at 5 o'clock, and so there's a lot of autos that travel between 5 and 7, and so when we add those extended hours, that reduces the percentage. In terms of the classification of trucks, so there's 13 FHWA classes of all vehicles. 3 of them are primarily autos and smaller vehicles, motorcycles, things that way. From 4 to 13, another 10 are basically the truck classifications. And those are, so when we did our survey, and the big trucks that you're talking about are 8 through 13. So when we did this, or looked at our data, we basically saw that about a little over a third, or 45%, between a third and 45% were the large trucks. And that represented around 0.5% of the daily trips were in those categories. Below that are single unit trucks. They could be, and pickup trucks. So they could, large pickup trucks could be, double axle on the back. Those could be included all the way through like an Office Depot truck or something like that. So that's kind of how that plays out in terms of the different sizes of trucks. And in our count period, the average was around 85 to 90 trips of the double wide or the tractor trailer trucks. So, other questions?
Any questions? Okay. I'm going to ask my expert, Janet Davis, actually, to, you actually are going to comment about this.
First of all, everybody in Stanford Weekend Acres absolutely loves Mike Maskovich. He has been incredibly helpful. He's been out there every time we've called. Diana has been extremely helpful. And much as I've fought Stanford over the years, they've been fantastic. They have signs apparently at the hospital project saying that any trucker that goes down Alpine Road will be banned from the project. They've been super responsive. I have no complaints about them. What I've been listening to, Diana, I have the letter that was actually written by Jim Eggemeyer on July 27th, 2010, in response to the EIR, which was on the very last day to respond. The trucks at times, until Stanford helped us, they were coming like one every 2 or 3 seconds. And they were coming at all hours of the day and night so that they were shaking the houses. Nobody in their right mind in Stanford Weekend Acres wants to ban all trucks. We just want some help with those gigantic double semi-trailers, whatever they're called, because Alpine is narrow. There's a lot of bicyclists, there's school buses. When those trucks come around the corner, the back end swings into the bike lane, and it's just an accident waiting to happen. I've got lots of photographs of accidents, and I send you periodically notices of accidents. And if one of those trucks rear ends a car, there's going to be a lot of fatalities. One thing that maybe Mike can clear up is that Unipro Sarah has signs all along saying trucks over 7 tons banned. And there is one remaining sign. Stanford or somebody took out some of them. There's one remaining sign at the corner of Alpine and Unipro Sarah. Stanford has been ignoring that in the past, and the trucks come from Campus Drive West to Alpine Road because there's no police enforcement most of the time, and there's no traffic lights, and the speed limit is 40 miles an hour. So we have these trucks careening along. Sometimes there's no gaps between them. And if you're trying to make a left-hand turn into your driveway and you've got one of these monsters on either side of you, it's truly terrifying. And most of the big roads and the expressways have some kind of limitations as to size, times, cargo, or weight. And we don't know what's going in some of those trucks. There's a huge Praxair truck that goes periodically that has chemicals from Stanford. Right next to Alpine Road is the creek. There's no drainage system along Alpine, so all of the polluted runoff from the trucks goes into the creek. So we just want some help to get rid of some of the trucks or have some limitation. We're not asking for the world, we just want some help for safety of everybody concerned. And a lot of the people whose safety is at risk are members of the Stanford community. Many of them live in Stanford Weekend Acres or Ladera, or they bike or they commute. So we have appreciated what Jean McCowan has done. They've been very helpful. We'd just like it to be codified in some way. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Janet.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Janet, I'm not sure if it's for you or for Stanford. If Stanford's done their best to tell these truckers they can't go down Alpine or they're not going to work on the project. Where are they going? How are they getting there now?
I've seen a lot of them on El Camino. Some of them, I think, maybe go to Page Mill. Some of them go on Sand Hill, which is 2 lanes both ways.
Okay, I'm just curious if, since that's happened, have we increased the number of trucks on Sand Hill, which is a pretty steep roadway? And the reason I ask that question is it'd also be helpful, I think, in the end, when I looked at the studies, that we really take a look at a couple of these different roads for the impacts, because I think, in El Camino, I'm surprised that so many trucks are on I-80, 280, going down these roads, only because I go up 280 all the time. I don't see that many trucks. Usually they're on 101, so I was just curious if most of them actually come from 101 to the El Camino to Stanford.
The thing that differentiates Alpine from Sand Hill is that the people who live along Sand Hill have some way of getting onto their road. I cannot get out of my driveway until about 10:30 in the morning. And if you try to make a left turn, you cross yourself and hope for the best.
I got you. I wonder if maybe Jean, since she's been instrumental in helping Stanford, I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Jean has done a great job, and she's also the former mayor of the city of Palo Alto and helped us with East Palo Alto when it had all that gun violence, and she was really part of that team that put together a great, public safety measures.
Thank you. It is true that we were able, particularly for the major excavation part of the medical center projects, to have a lot of that travel go over to El Camino, up Woodside, and over because the destination was Bear Island. And so we were able, just by the natural direction of where the disposal site was for the hospital projects, have a lot of the truck traffic go that way. There still was some, obviously, sometimes drivers coming in the morning to come to the job site off of 280, and that's where we were encouraging them very strongly to use Sand Hill and not use Alpine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. Any other questions or comments? Captain Mazurich from Highway Patrol.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Beers. I can certainly sympathize with the residents of Stanford Weekend Acres, and we have been working very closely with them when Ms. Davis or any of her neighbors would call us and ask us to come out and take a look, and it's part of our regular patrol. We'd have units in the area as much as possible as well. What we found is that over the last 5 years, there have been 4 collisions involving big rig type trucks is when we ran our matrix. Those are the specific type of vehicles we looked at. And out of those 4, one of them, of course, was a tragic fatality with a bicyclist that was involved at Alpine back in 2010. The concern that we would have, and certainly the Highway Patrol doesn't have the expertise, nor is it our mission to do engineering studies. The county has been very responsive in working with Jim Porter and members of his staff. But our concern would be as we shift these trucks off of Alpine, if that was to take place, the placement of those trucks, if they were to go out onto Sand Hill, you're dealing with a roadway that has a fair amount of traffic in and of itself, as well as it has a grade, particularly as you come down the hill, traveling from west to east toward Junipero Serra or Santa Cruz Avenue, and a number of residents and businesses that are also in that particular region as well. Presently, there are no truck restrictions for Page Mill, Sand Hill, or Alpine, so my officers have been precluded in being able to prohibit trucks from traveling on those areas. And I know Stanford has been very responsive to the concerns of Ms. Davis and has collaboratively agreed to shift those trucks from Alpine. What we have seen in the short term is a significant increase in truck traffic on El Camino Real, particularly in the evening hours when a lot of people aren't out driving around, seeing those trucks coming down El Camino, heading into Redwood City where they would dump their gravel loads primarily and then head back down to the Stanford project. So we are committed to being a partner in this, to trying to look for a solution. Again, I'm very sympathetic to the needs and concerns of Ms. Davis and her fellow neighbors. And I also want to be responsive to the needs of the county and people who have to use those other ancillary roads, both Sand Hill and Page Mill, and what we can do to come to some semblance of a reasonable agreement on ensuring that we're not compromising safety in one area and causing problems yet in another. So thank you.
Thanks, Captain.
Through the president, Supervisor Tissier asked a question, and for the last year or so, since this has become an issue, I've made a point when I was in the area to go down Sand Hill or Alpine, And my observation, again, clearly anecdotal, was there were a number of these big rig trucks that were coming from the Alameda in Menlo Park, and rather than turning right onto Sand Hill, would proceed up Alpine Road on the way to the freeway. And invariably, I'd say when I saw a truck, 2 out of 3 were coming in that direction.
Okay. The representative from Portola Valley, and then I think Lenny Roberts from Committee for Green Foothills would like to speak.
Thank you. I'm Ed Holland. I stand as the chair of the Portola Valley Bicycle Pedestrian Traffic Committee, and as such I've been briefed by Howard Young, who's the Director of Public Works, to make a brief comment here today. First of all, it was intimated to me from Howard that the town would support the continuation of study on this subject, particularly in light of the potential negative effects that there might be on the town from banning truck traffic in the one direction and not both directions on Alpine Road. But secondly, as a representative of the Safety Committee, I have to comment that the tight scale and the cramped conditions on that short northbound section of Alpine Road between 280 and Menlo Park is a concern, especially for people like cyclists and other people who are residents in Stanford Weekend Acres, and so the whole thing really does need to be looked at as a whole. Really all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Go, you had a question?
I had a question about, there was a comment from the city of Portola Valley, which I wasn't sure I understood. It says that the town, Portola Valley has concerns about the impact of rerouted trucks when the hospital project is complete in 2018. The town is requesting the county perform analysis, which includes all of the future truck traffic. So, you know, again, the concern, yeah, maybe you can help me understand that concern. They're saying there's concern that that project is going to have a lot of trucks that aren't there now. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think the concern was that there's a small possibility that if the restriction acted only in one direction, there is a possibility that traffic would seek to find a way to Sand Hill through the town, along Alpine South and back along Portola Road. But we're not sure of how much of a risk that would be. Thank you.
Lenny Roberts, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I'm Lenny Roberts, Committee for Green Foothills. I think there would be more people here from Stanford Weekend Acres if they had been aware that this was going to happen a little
That's
more
Janet Davis'
directly.
fault, because we notified her in advance.
Yeah, you did tell people, okay. However, as a user, since I live in Ladera and I use Alpine Road a lot, I would like to just point out a couple things. So I wrote a letter on behalf of Committee for Green Foothills on January 10th, 2012 to the board, asking that you deal with the problem of particularly the dirt hauling trucks on Alpine Road that were associated with the hospital construction. And those have continued to be problems from time to time. And some of them have been like from a school project in Menlo Park. So it's not always easy to identify. I have followed some of them, but you know, you don't usually do that as a matter of your ordinary day.
Yeah.
So an Alpine Road is, when people say Sand Hill has hills, Alpine Road has serious curves and serious narrowness and serious conflicts between the large number of bicycles that use it and they are commuting kinds of bicycles too. So they're out there at the time of day that we have the highest traffic. The traffic counts that Mr. Porter recorded were only 10-hour counts. The average daily traffic is somewhere between 23,000 and 25,000 vehicles per day. The EIR for the hospital expansion mitigation measure, I said that Stanford, the Alpine Road has approximately 25,000 vehicles per day. So this is a road that was a stage road and has morphed into the road we use today. So it is a very difficult road for those very large trucks to be using. So I think people are only asking for some reasonable limit on the biggest
trucks. And I think whatever can get you to that, I don't think it's going to take a $600,000 study, but I do understand the complications of having to coordinate with other jurisdictions, including Caltrans and Menlo Park. But it is, I agree that it is going to continue to be a problem if you don't try to do a reasonable restriction. Thank
Well,
you.
I appreciate your comments as well as Janet Davis' comments too, and I do get lots of comments from residents in Stanford Weekend Acres. But one of the things that this little diagram does not show is the lines of sights are actually fairly poor on this road as well. So I'm in favor of continuing with the studies of the 48,500, and I also like to have them look at the intersection of the 280 and Alpine Road. Is that potentially part of the fix? Would that, I just don't know what kind of impact that would have as well. So I'll make a motion to that effect.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so motion, any discussion on that? Okay, call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Thank you. That will
Can I
conclude.
ask Jim Porter one quick question? How long would it take to get these studies done? Because there was some indication of the sooner we can kind of take a look at this and come up with some mitigation. Roughly?
Through the president, kind of a two-part question. If we're going for the truck ban, those studies, we could engage a consultant that we have on board now. We will likely have to do some more counts. It's probably 3 months, more or less, maybe more, I don't know. We'd have to do the counts. If we're looking at a full-blown interchange analysis at Alpine and 280, that could be considerably more extensive. So I think the direction I was hearing was you would like to continue with studies for a truck ban on Alpine Road, and I believe I heard for the largest size trucks was
Yes.
what the emphasis was. And then separately, President Horsley requested a study to look at the interchange at 280 and Alpine. Is that consistent with the direction the board just gave?
Well, that's one of my, I guess I have sort of a question, and maybe you could elucidate me on this. And if we did something at Alpine 280, would that make a difference on the traffic flow?
Our initial studies say yes. It's not going to change the volumes, but it'll stop some of the backups at that interchange that you see right now during the PM peaks. So you will see more free flow on Alpine if we signalize or in some way improve that interchange. In terms of the trucks, the interchange work really won't influence the truck volumes. It'll be more of an operational improvement to Alpine. So that's why we kind of look at those as two separate studies. We'll certainly proceed with the truck study, and we hope to get that done within the next several months.
And when you talk about the truck study, I assume, and I hope I'm assuming correctly, that this will also answer the commander's thing about having it, what then would the impacts be on Sand Hill or Page Mill or other, sort of a broader look at, if you do squeeze the balloon at this end, what happens at that end?
Yes.
So it will include sort of what we've laid out here?
Yes, through the president. It'll look at the 7 study intersections that we looked at, and it'll provide an evaluation of what might happen if we ban those trucks on Alpine, and where they'll go, and how they'll impact those different intersections within that study area. So that will be done, and that'll be forwarded to the agencies that have commented so far and allow them to comment further on those studies.
Will that also, well, I guess you can't really answer that yet because it would be a mitigation measure, but is there something that could actually, at the end of the day, say that these trucks would be banned on a couple of these areas and they need to take El Camino? Or, I mean, we haven't talked about El Camino, although it sounds like they've really been using El Camino as an alternative since Stanford has kind of encouraged that. Can we?
So the consultant that we retain will make assumptions as to where those trucks may come from or go to if we ban those larger vehicles on Alpine. So I'd be a little premature to guess where those might be. I mean, a lot of the traffic we're seeing is really off of 280.
Okay.
So they'll likely either go Page Mill or Sand Hill.
And I would say just for now, let's look at the truck ban for the larger trucks and leave it at that. And as far as the intersection goes, I mean, again, I think that's a regional issue. I think it involves all of jurisdictions as well as the state. And perhaps we look to see from our state partners if there are grants available, look at MTC. But for now, let's just focus on the large truck ban.
We will, thank you. And I'll just point out that we will do the counting very quickly. We don't want to get near the holiday season because traffic volumes tend to skew during that period.
Okay.
So we want to get that all done before we get close to Thanksgiving.
Supervisor?
I was just gonna say, if Jim, we may want to talk and I can look into whether or not there might be some funds from MTC that could at least help with the study on the intersection.
Yeah.
So we can take a look at that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pine?
Just two questions. Portola Valley suggested it might make some sense to consider whether some time limitations on these trucks could be helpful. And, they suggested imposing limitation on the time that the trucks can access Alpine Road. I mean, is that something that you would pick up in your study? I mean, right now I guess the idea is to do a ban of these big trucks. I don't know if this merits attention. The banning is going to be difficult because it's going to push them somewhere. It may be that's what we do, but I don't know if there's any, while you're at it, whether that could be included in the study, whether time limitations could be helpful.
We can certainly have the consultant evaluate it. I think one of the things that we see with a lot of these trucks, excuse me, is they're going somewhere, and they're usually going somewhere during business hours. So unfortunately, between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., there's not a lot of businesses open that'll take delivery at that time. But we'll have our consultants look into that.
And then also, I think one thing that I learned today, and I just want to kind of confirm that I got it right, was, when this issue first arose, there seemed to be great concern that the trucks, it was primarily or largely related to the Stanford construction. And what I've heard today is that Stanford has gone to great lengths to, work with their contractors to keep most of these trucks off of Alpine Road. So it seems to me this issue now has really nothing to do with the construction of Stanford Hospital. This is an ongoing issue of trucks.
Yes.
Okay. We appreciate Stanford's help there.
I understand there's a representative from Caltrans would like to speak on this.
Good afternoon. My name is Cyrus Mashudi. I'm the district traffic manager, and also my office oversees the trucking and goods movement for the state in our district. This is very new to me, as you know. Alpine Road is a local road. It's not a state route, but just listening on what's going on, if I may, because I have a lot of experience with the truck restrictions and all that, before you want to spend all this money, you might want to consult with CTA, because you want to make sure that the California Truckers Associations are on board with what you're planning on doing, because a lot of cases, when you put truck restriction, they right away go back and sue whoever put the truck restrictions, and 99.9% of the times they usually win because they're protected by federal government. So you may want to consider that. Again, based on my experience, the volume of the trucks that I heard, they're very, very low. Even if you put the truck restrictions, you're not going to get rid of the trucks that they're doing deliveries. It's my understanding, listening to this meeting, that there's a construction work going on, and some of these trucks might be delivering construction equipments. You're not going to restrict those by putting a truck restriction. You may want to wait until this construction work is done and then reevaluate and do the study then. Just my recommendations.
Well, thanks for your comments. We'll
Thanks.
take them under consideration. So that concludes the discussion on this item, unless you have something further. No? So at this time, I'm going to have Mr. Byers report on the results of our closed session.
Thank you, President Horsley. The board did meet to discuss two different items in closed session as identified on the agenda. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. And now we will conclude this meeting. We are adjourned.